What not to say?" Randall spoke in the tone of a therapist, caring, concerned, persuasive. "Would you tell us what you left out? Please." "I guess you deserve that." Again the man glanced at his watch. "I was in debt. My wife then, the one who left me, didn't know we were on the verge of bankruptcy. I went to the bank, to a VP, and begged him to give me more time. He asked how desperate I was. I made a joke and said I was ready to become a hitman if it got me out of debt. He didn't laugh, just told me to go home and wait." "What was his name?" Randall asked. "It doesn't matter. He died years ago. Anyway, I got a call. I was to go to a truck stop, leave the keys to my Bentley on the left rear tire, and go in and eat. I figured my car would be taken, but I was willing to pay that price." "That's when the drugs were put in the trunk," Randall said. "Yes. I was puzzled as to why my car was still there, so I opened the trunk and looked inside. When I saw the corner of a plastic bag, I slammed the trunk shut and I never looked again. From then on, I put my keys on the wheel and left the car where they told me to. I stayed out of it. I never saw anyone near my car. Never saw the packages being put inside or taken out." "How many times did you do that?" Randall asked. 8, he said. "After the 6th time, I received a letter from the bank saying my second mortgage had been paid off." The man looked at Randall. "When I saw you take the car away that morning, I didn't ask questions. The next thing I knew, the police were there and saying my car had been stolen and used to transport drugs. All I did was keep my mouth shut." "And Sheriff Edison told you what to say at the trial," Kate said. "He did." The man turned to Randall. "I'm really sorry that you—" He shrugged. "Paid for your crime?" Kate shot at him. "I, too, received a call." Randall's voice was calm, unperturbed. "Someone offered me a job driving your Bentley to Nashville. I was told where the keys were. Who called me?" "I have no idea," the man said. "You weren't curious?" Kate asked. "Absolutely not. After the first day, I didn't want to know what was going on." "Who else besides the bank VP contacted you?" Randall asked. "No one, ever. And he only called me twice. It was all very scheduled." "What did the police do to the bank officer?" Kate asked. The man looked at Randall. "Nothing. I was never asked about him. I was told what happened and told that if I deviated from that story, I would be the one going to prison." He looked at Kate. "I saw you outside the courthouse. You were the cutest little girl, and—" He looked back to Randall. "I really am sorry." When Randall stood up, the other two stood. "I'd like to know who set me up. If you remember anything, please, let me know." He handed the man a piece of paper with his name and Sara's address and 3 phone numbers on it. Kate knew they were hers, Jack's, and Sara's. "Nothing will happen to you," Randall added. "I just want to know what I paid the time for." The man took the paper. "I'll do everything I can to help you." "I owe you." "You do," Randall said. And he and Kate left. In the car, Kate said, obviously someone was watching him. Some law enforcement agency knew what he was doing with the keys and the drugs. Randall backed out of the driveway. "And when I showed up, they dropped him and went after me." "Because of the jewels." Randall stopped the car and looked at her. "The jewels that Mrs. Oliver's stepson said were stolen? The ones he had appraised the very day after his stepmother was diagnosed with cancer? The jewels he had insured for $2.4 million, then collected the full amount on after she died, those jewels?" Kate was staring at him in open-mouthed astonishment. No one had offered an alternate explanation of the robbery. Everyone had assumed that Randall was guilty. She didn't reply. For a while, they didn't speak. Then Randall said, "Home or office?" Kate sighed. "Office. I better see what's going on there. Melissa will be full of questions."
"Wouldn't she ask the other young woman, the one who was at Taylor's house?"
Ray wouldn't answer them. She's smart enough to not put up with Melissa's invasions. Randall pulled into the parking lot of Kirkwood Realty, but Kate didn't get out. He was looking at the park across the road.
"I really like what Taylor has done with this town. It was rotting, decaying. Very sad."
She and Charlene did it. Kate looked at her father. What was Taylor's late husband like?
"Difficult. You know, don't you, that he was one of the Magnificent Three? At least, that's what they were called in high school."
"I heard that." Kate wasn't about to blurt out all she knew.
"Walter wasn't likable like Hamish Stewart was. He wasn't good-looking or as charismatic as Cal Wyatt."
"Smart?"
"Nope." Randall was smiling. "The other two beat him in every possible way. And the constant comparisons didn't make him a nice guy."
"But he got Taylor anyway."
"I think that was her mother's idea, and that woman always got her way."
He sounded angry. But then, she was probably why Randall didn't marry Charlene. "But Walter was your friend, with Roy and Sheriff Flynn."
Randall smiled. "Little Miss Detective. Always trying to find out everyone's secrets. Yes, I was friends with all of them. If you haven't noticed yet, I tend to get along with most people."
"Except Aunt Sara."
Randall laughed. "She and I have too much history. Most of it bad."
He looked at the office.
"So you go back to work, and I'll go to Daryl's house and watch his cop shows. That man refuses to eat anything but fast food. Pizza abounds. It would certainly be nice to be around people who go to a gym."
He was looking at Kate with sad eyes. It didn't take any work to know what he wanted. "It's not my house," she murmured. Randall gave a deep, melodramatic sigh.
"When Ava shows up at Sarah's door, I hope you're prepared to be the referee between them. You'll need a very loud whistle. Or maybe those boxing gloves I saw at the house, or..."
"Okay, I'll ask Aunt Sara." She was already tapping out the text, asking if Randall could move in with them. Until when, she didn't know. Sara texted back right away. "Put him in Jack's room. It's better to keep enemies close."
"What did she say?"
Randall asked. "That she'd be glad to have you." Randall grinned.
"You have inherited my ability to create a flexible truth."
As Kate sent Jack a text, she rolled her eyes. Flexible truth. More like great whopping lies. Jack replied immediately.
"I have to stay with you? Again?"
Reading it, Kate smiled.
"My kingdom for a smile like that," Randall said. "Whatever did he say?"
"Nothing." She closed her phone. "He's just welcoming you." Randall looked at her.
"You do know that Jack is..."
She opened the car door. "Don't say it. And stay out of my personal life."
"I'm just being a father."
She got out of the car. "Go pack your things. Then get Aunt Sarah's car home."
"I know. We're all to meet, to be interrogated by my dear sister. Shall I pick up some champagne? Or chocolate truffles? You and Mrs. Myers used to eat boxes of them. Still like the soft chocolate centers?"
"Yes," Kate said. Then shut the door and hurried into her office. Melissa was waiting for her. "This place is hell. Everyone wants to know what happened. Where's Ray? Where's Taylor? Is it true that Charlene Adams is having an affair and her husband shot her lover? Will her place be put up for sale? I call dibs on the listing." Kate watched her father pulling away, and she was tempted to run after him. But she didn't. Feeling years older, she turned back to Melissa. No, none of that is true. She began trying to answer all the questions. By the time Kate got home, her mind was in turmoil. The afternoon meeting had been postponed because Sara was still at Arthur's house. Jack was at the sheriff's office doing the things that he'd been ignoring as he dealt with the 2 deaths. Her father hadn't yet arrived with his suitcases. It was odd to be in the big house alone. She'd showered and put on a big T-shirt that she borrowed from Jack a year ago. It said Jack Wyatt Construction in big letters across the front. She'd told him she would return the shirt, but he'd said, "Keep it. I like my name so close to you." She had a TV in her bedroom, but she didn't turn it on. Neither did she pull a book from her to-be-read pile. All she wanted to do was be quiet and think. She needed to sort out what was going on in her life. But as soon as she got into bed, she drew her knees to her chest and curled into a ball. Too much was happening too fast, and she wasn't sure how to deal with it. She didn't know when the tears started, but they began to seep out and run down her face. She wasn't surprised when she felt Jack's arms around her. She was under the covers, and he was on top of them. Turning to him, she buried her face in his shoulder. They were quiet for a while, with Kate crying against him. Sara would say she was weeping. Silent tears were coming from deep inside her. It was a while before she could speak. "I'm sorry,
There's no reason to be upset," he said. "Nothing has happened to you. Well, except your mother flaunting herself about town to make sure you know she's here, which is eating you with guilt. Sara's so angry that black mold is beginning to grow on the walls, and then there are a couple of dead bodies, but one's not dead. He's in a coma and may not ever wake up, and of course there's your not-dead father who's making you crazy by courting you like he's the beast and you're beauty. If he doesn't win you over to his side, he seems to think his life will be forfeit, and then there's—" Kate's laugh cut him off. He handed her a couple of tissues and she blew her nose. "I told everyone off," she said. "I was awful." He smoothed her hair back. "You were wonderful. You made Sara actually speak to her brother." Kate sniffed. "I spent this afternoon with him." "I know." She pulled back to look at him. He shrugged. "Being law enforcement does have some advantages." "You have spy cameras everywhere?" "I have Flynn calling me and being a tattletale." "That makes sense." Kate put her head back down and snuggled against his shoulder. She fit perfectly. "We went to see the man whose car Dad stole." "Dad, is it? Flynn said Randall would win you. Looks like he was right." "Maybe, but that's not important. The Bentley man was lying." "About what?" "I don't know. It just wasn't real. The house, him, none of it rang true. He said he went straight, no more drug dealing, so he'd lost his big house, lost all his wealth, but I'm not sure." "What made you think he was lying?" "His watch was a Patek Philippe." "Could have owned it for years." "The house was furnished from one of those places where you buy it all in a lump. Furniture, pictures, knickknacks. There were some really cheap ornaments. One doesn't go from a mansion and lose all taste." She sighed. "It didn't ring true. And something else. I think he knew we were coming." "Maybe Randall told Flynn and he warned the guy." "Think so?" "No." She looked up at him. "What do you think is going on?" "No idea. None of it makes sense. I know you don't know your father well, but do you think he's being honest?" Kate groaned. "He's so very secretive. One minute,
he's a charming client, but he's lying about money. The next minute, I find out he's my father and has spent the last 20-plus years in prison. And he may not have committed the crime. I'm beginning to doubt that he stole the jewels. Maybe Everett made it all up.
How was he with the drug guy?
I couldn't tell if he believed him or not. Dad's stories always cast him as an angel on earth.
But Sara tells of a lying, sneaky brother, Jack said.
How can he be both?
I don't know, but my instinct says we haven't even tapped into his secrets. He seems to be whatever the person he's with wants him to be.
True, she said. He got along with bad boys like your father and Taylor's husband, but he was also the darling of sweet little old ladies.
Better not let Sara hear you use that term.
Who is the real Randall Medlar? Kate asked, as she yawned. He snuggled her to him, the coverlet separating their bodies.
I'm not sure we need to know. I just want to find out enough to keep more people from getting killed.
It all has to do with my father, doesn't it?
That is the one thing I am absolutely sure is right.
He started to say more, but she yawned again, so he kept quiet. When she fell asleep in his arms, he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. He put it on mute and read the subtitles. He was exhausted from the last few days, but he couldn't allow himself to sleep. There was something else he was probably going to have to do today, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Chapter 14. When Jack's phone lit up and an image of the Batman logo appeared on the ceiling, he glanced at Kate, but she was sound asleep. Too bad, as he wanted to share with her what he'd done. After all, it had taken hours of work to rig. Yes, he'd agreed to Randall Medlar moving into his bedroom, but Jack well knew how easy it was to slip in and out of that room with no one knowing. This afternoon, he and Gil had installed a silent alarm and synced it to Jack's phone. When either of the outside doors opened, Jack would be alerted. He and Gil laughed about the big bat that would show up. Given Randall's background, it seemed appropriate. With a sigh of regret, Jack untangled himself from Kate, turned off the TV, then went out her bedroom door. There was a shortcut through the courtyard. Since he had all the car keys, he knew he had time before Randall got away. Jack entered the garage through the side door, then halted. Randall was standing there, waiting for him. He was dressed head to foot in black. Kate had sent Jack a photo of the cover of Elliot's cat burglar book, and Randall looked just like it.
Nice alarm job, Randall said. Take you long to install?
Jack cursed his face. Kate loved to tell him that he tended to blush, and he could feel his face turning red.
Only minutes. Going somewhere? I want to do a follow-up visit to the man who put me in prison. I'm a deputy sheriff. Jack put his shoulders back. I can't participate in revenge. I have to uphold... He stopped. Damn Sheriff Flynn. Damn oath-taking. Damn... I don't believe violence has ever been attributed to me, has it? Jack shook his head no. Which car? Sara's, Randall said. Mind? He held out his hand for the keys so he could drive. Minutes later, they were headed to the east side of Fort Lauderdale. What did Kate think of the man today? Jack wasn't about to betray a confidence, but at the same time, he wanted to know what Randall thought. She liked his watch. Randall smiled. She saw that, did she? He sounded proud. There wasn't anything personal in the house. No photos, no mess of any kind. Think he actually lives there? Maybe. And maybe he was told to clear out everything because we were on our way. Jack frowned. But why? The statute of limitations is passed. Even if you find out who was behind it all, what can you do?" "I'd like to know why," Randall said. "With all my heart and soul, I want to know why someone set me up." Jack could understand that. Randall was certainly calmer than he would be if such a thing had been done to him. "Captain Edison hated all of you. He was good to me, but he despised my father, and rightfully so." Randall frowned. "I'm sorry you have such bad memories of Roy. He was proud of you." "No," Jack almost shouted, "never. Roy was afraid you were going to turn out like him. Darryl and I thought he divorced your mother to keep you safe from him." "That's ridiculous. Roy Wyatt screwed half the women in town. He got drunk 3 nights a week, gambled, started fights. No one knew all of what he did. Except maybe you. When you were little, you adored him. You wanted to be just like him. You should have seen the two of you on his big Harley. You looked so much alike, and you were never happier than when you were with your dad. I don't remember any of that. I just remember Granddad Cal and my real father. Ah, yes, the man your mother married. Roy knew Henry Lowell was in love with her. When Roy was sober, he cursed Henry and threatened to hurt him. But when Roy was drunk, he'd say, 'Lowell's a better man than I am.'" Jack gave a snort. "It's always amazed me that after someone is dead, people make them out to be saints. My father wasn't a good person." "No, he wasn't," Randall said. "And I'm really glad that Roy released your mother to marry an upstanding and good man like Henry Lowell. And I'm especially glad that Cal told you to go to my sister, if you ever needed help." Randall had entered a quiet residential area. He parked, turned off the engine, and looked at Jack. "And look at you now. You have a good business, you've stayed out of jail, and you have true friends. It all worked out rather well, didn't it?" "Not through any help from my father," Jack shot back. "Except that none of it would have happened if Roy hadn't stepped aside. A handsome young buck like him could have persuaded your pretty mother away from an old guy like Henry Lowell, but Roy didn't even try." Randall got out of the car and shut the door. Jack sat there for a moment. He didn't want to think about what Randall had said. It was better to stay on the problem at hand. When he got out, he looked Randall up and down. "Did you dress like a book cover, or was it the other way around?" Randall chuckled. "Take your pick." He quickly walked ahead of Jack and seemed to disappear into the darkness. Jack wished he was wearing dark clothing. When he got to the house, he saw there were no lights on. There were none by the front door or in the dark windows. There wasn't even a telltale TV light. Looking up, he saw that the street lamp was out. It looked like the house had been darkened deliberately. Jack waited, listening to see if he could hear Randall. But no, he had disappeared. "Kate will kill me for losing her father," he thought. But then an idea hit him. Randall had seen the barren interior of the house. Maybe he'd skipped bedrooms and baths, but if the Bentley guy did clean out the place, he would have done those rooms too. At the far end of the drive was a 2-car garage, so dark he could hardly see it. Without a doubt, Jack knew that's where Randall went. He knew he was right when he found the side door unlocked. He went inside. "Took you long enough." Randall handed Jack a tiny flashlight. Its beam was strong and pinpoint. From the outside, it might look like the reflection of a headlamp. Jack ran the light over the interior of the garage. Steel shelves lined the walls, all of them filled with labeled storage boxes. Christmas decorations, wool sweaters, hiking boots. The boxes were new, with not so much as a scuff on them. It did indeed look as though they'd been filled recently. In the center, where there was space for 2 cars, were neat piles of furniture. It didn't take much to see the good quality of it. "Eastlake," Randall murmured. Eames, Hepplewhite. Cheap house, rich insides. Could be leftovers from his drug-dealing days." Randall gave a one-sided smile. "But he says he was never involved in the drugs. He was innocent." Jack smiled at the joke. He was running his light across the boxes. "We need the oldest thing we can find." As he stepped to the side, he saw a worn-out shoebox. It was the only old-looking thing on the shelves. He broke off because a car pulled into the driveway. Jack and Randall turned off their lights, put their backs to the walls, and waited. Would the Bentley guy open the garage door? He didn't. They heard his car door shut, then the house door open and close. "Bet he hates living with his cheap stuff," Randall said. "Bet he hates you for making him have to do it," Jack replied. "I'm sure he does." There was so much defeatism in Randall's tone that Jack grimaced. Had the man actually spent over 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit? There was a sound outside. Then they saw more headlights. It looked like Bentley had a late-night visitor. "We have to go, now," Randall whispered. It was too dark for Jack to see clearly, but he reached out, grabbed what he hoped was the old shoebox, and started toward the door. As he made his way through the labyrinth of furniture, he cracked his shin on a heavy table leg. He had to clamp his mouth shut to keep from exclaiming in pain. As for Randall, he moved like liquid mercury, with not so much as a sound. When Jack finally got outside, Randall relocked the door, while Jack rubbed his shin. "This way." Randall led them behind houses to emerge just feet from Sarah's car. "How did you know that way out?" Jack asked. "Did a bit of recon this afternoon. How about a beer? And let's see what you found." Jack was clutching the shoebox like it was a treasure chest. He knew he should go home and get some sleep. He had to be at the office early tomorrow. Besides, he shouldn't further involve himself in Randall's problems. But then, he'd just done a B&E. He sighed. "Yeah, a beer. Or 3. Randall opened the car door. Roy's son to the core. "Take that back." Laughing, Randall drove down the street. It was late, but the brigade was still open. Firefighters and the police had odd hours, so the restaurant/bar needed long opening hours to accommodate their customers. That was the excuse, anyway. No one complained. The place was fairly quiet, and Jack and Randall took a booth. When the waitress came, Jack ordered fish and chips. "How about you?" he asked Randall. "I gain weight just looking at food." Jack told the waitress to bring 2 orders, and she left. "Weight gain is Sara and Kate's biggest complaint in life. But Kate's mother never gains." He was staring hard at Randall, opening the way for him to share information. But Randall didn't respond. He was gazing at the unopened shoebox Jack had set on the table. "So, why'd you marry her?" Jack asked. Randall looked at him as though he had no idea who he was talking about. "Ava, remember? The wife you hid from when you saw her from the patrol car?" The waitress put 2 frosty glasses of beer on the table, then went back to the bar. Randall took a deep drink. "I missed this." He gestured at the handsome interior. There was a long antique oak bar with a mirrored wall behind it. Glass shelves held glittery bottles of booze. The opposite wall had booths, and there were tables in the middle. At the end of the long room was a raised platform with a dance floor in front. "These people have chosen to be here. They chose the food they want to eat, chose the people they want to share with. Choice is an underappreciated part of life." Jack had his hand over the shoebox. It was obvious that he wasn't going to release it until Randall answered his question about Ava.
Randall sipped his beer and sighed. Has anyone ever worshipped you? You mean like a rock star? Or are you talking religion? Groupies, who believe you are their religion. Never, Jack said. Although there is someone I wish felt that way about me, but she... He trailed off, his eyes avoiding Randall's. I've had one, Ava. To her, I can do no wrong. I think Sara would say your mother thought that about you. No, Mother saw the truth about me, and loved me anyway. But Ava sees all that I do as good. Randall looked at his beer for a moment, then back at Jack. And there's always been Kate between us. I'd do anything for my daughter. I agree with that. Jack raised his beer in a toast. To anything for Kate. Yes. All for my beautiful, precious daughter. They clinked glasses. Jack was thinking of his grandparents. They'd married because she was pregnant. Never mind that Granddad Cal was in love with Sara. Even as a child, Jack knew the marriage was an unhappy one. It looked like Randall had done the same thing. They'd all seen that he and Charlene were still in love, but he married the pregnant Ava, and he'd stayed with her. You came back to Lachlan the same year that Charlene did, Jack said. It took courage. And honor, not to go to her. Randall shook his head. I'd like that accolade, but I didn't know Charlene was here. My job with Mrs. Myers was 24/7, and kids don't take the weekend off. What about your wife? Randall took his time answering. Ava was depressed and homesick. She went to church a lot. It was something that soothed her. And Kate and I didn't mind her absence. Besides, Kate and Mrs. Myers adored each other. It was a pleasant time for us. I was content. What Randall said told a lot about his first years with his daughter, and about his marriage. That he'd jeopardize what he had to drive a car full of drugs made no sense. Their food came, then a local band showed up and started playing. With music, beer, and fried food, neither man wanted to talk more. They had just finished their meal when a young man came to stand by their table and stare in silence at Jack. A guitar was strapped across his back. I believe he wants something from you, Randall said. To sing. Do you mind? Not at all. I shall enjoy listening. Know any Sinatra? Every word of everything he ever sang. Randall smiled. Then I will definitely enjoy this. Jack got out of the booth, then held out his hand. Randall put the car keys in it. Tucked under Jack's arm was the shoebox. He wasn't going to leave it or the keys with Randall. Randall was on his second beer and enjoying it while he listened to Jack's rendition of It Was a Very Good Year. The words were a bit old for Jack, but Randall knew the song was for him. The whole evening of food, beer, music, and freedom was so good that he closed his eyes in happiness. A slight cough made him open them. Sitting across from him was a young woman. She was about Kate's age, but her face didn't have the openness that Kate's did. She has secrets, Randall thought. Hi, she said. I work for Taylor. He motioned to the waitress. Would you like something to drink, a cocktail, perhaps? A beer would be nice. He was watching her so intently that he barely turned to the waitress as he ordered. There was something about the young woman that made him wary. She's had a hard life, he thought. And do you like your job, Miss Burgess? Call me Ray. How kind, Randall said, with exaggerated courtesy. I don't know many people in Lachlan, but I need to talk to someone. Randall hesitated. He knew the last thing he needed was to get involved in anyone's personal problems. Perhaps Taylor. No. She's part of this. You see, Ray looked down at her hands for a moment. When I was growing up, I needed to keep on the lookout for things, to notice them. Or there were consequences, Randall said. Right. If I wasn't paying attention, daydreaming as my father called it, I'd get a whack on the head. I learned to keep quiet and watch. It's made me see things that other people don't. Randall couldn't help being intrigued. He waited to hear more. Kate's a good person, but she's friends with everyone. I can't tell her what I know. She's part of, well, them. Rather like a gang, Randall said. Ray nodded. And you've seen something about one of the gang members. When she nodded again, he held his breath. Please don't let it be Kate, please. But she was his daughter, so maybe she was too much like him. Maybe she had... It's Taylor. Randall let out his breath. What did you see? Ray took her time, answering. About a week ago, I saw her talking to a man, sitting on a motorcycle. She was frowning and looked angry, but they also looked like they were close. Later that day, I mentioned it, and she said she didn't know any man with a bike. I figured it was because the guy was younger and she was embarrassed. I wouldn't have thought anything more about it, but then there was the basket. Tell me, he said softly. I saw you with Charlene. Kate was really angry with you, but I didn't think she was being fair. You see, I know Charlene doesn't have a happy marriage. Really? Randall knew his tone revealed too much interest in what she was saying. Why do you think that? Charlene and her husband were at the office one morning, and I heard them going after one another. It was about something that happened years ago. He said it was Charlene's fault, and she should be behind bars now. I shouldn't say this, but he sounded like he wished she was in prison. Randall stared hard at her. You're sure it was them? Yes. She hesitated. I guess you know that her husband looks like you. After I saw you two at Taylor's house, I don't think that was a coincidence. Maybe her husband is what she settled for, but now she wants the real thing. Randall tried to keep his hope concealed. Does Taylor know this? I think so. I heard that a man died at Charlene's place, so she was at Taylor's. Then you showed up, and Taylor went outside with that basket. The way you and Charlene looked at each other gave me chills. You two. What about the basket? We were all inside. Taylor and I had some work to do, but suddenly she picked up a big basket. It wasn't one of those cheap things that you see everywhere. It was really nice, and it looked heavy, like something big was inside it. She paused. When you grow up poor, you tend to notice things like that. You think someday, when I'm rich, I'll have things like that. You know what I mean? To the bottom of my heart. I know all about that. Ray smiled. That was my guess about you. Anyway, I thought she was going to cut some flowers, so I said I'd go with her. She said no, so loud that I stepped back and apologized. I'm just her employee, right? So Taylor went outside, and we stayed in. About 30 minutes later, Charlene wondered where her aunt was, so we all went outside. That's when we saw that there was a man in a car and he'd been shot. Did you see Taylor's basket? No. Ray leaned forward. I looked for it. I was going to take it back inside, but it wasn't there. I wondered what happened to it. And you were curious about what was inside it, Randall said. I was. Randall took out his phone and brought up the photo of the man who died at Charlene's barn. He handed his phone to Ray. Ever see this man before? Her eyes widened. That's him. He's the guy Taylor was talking to. He was on a bike. Not a big one like Jack's Harley, but smaller. She studied the photo. I guess he's not sleeping, is he? No, he's not. Jack's song ended and the guitar player stood up. Time for a break. I'm afraid to tell Deputy Wyatt, Ray said quickly. "I don't know him well, and I've seen his temper. I don't need more of that in my life."
Randall scowled. "Does he get angry at Kate?"
"Not that I've seen, but there is some talk. Uh-oh, I've said too much." She slid out along the booth seat, then leaned toward Randall. "Please don't tell him what I told you. He and Taylor are friends, and that Wyatt temper, no thanks." She stood up straight. Jack was just a few feet away. "Thanks, Mr. Medlar," she said loudly. "Kate is a joy to work with. See you, Jack," she said, then hurried out of the bar. Jack slid in across from Randall and put the shoebox on the seat beside him.
"She works for Taylor, right?"
"Yes, do you know her?"
"Not really. I've seen her. Kate says she does a good job, so that's enough for me."
Randall said.
"I think we should leave."
Jack didn't move.
"You aren't asking me to open the box, why not?"
Randall was standing at the end of the table.
"I know you won't do it, so why bother?" "What happened?" "Nothing," Randall said. "I'm an old man, and I need my sleep, that's all."
Abruptly, he went to the door. Jack stayed behind, watching him. All he knew for sure was that something had upset Randall Medlar. A call, an email, something that girl said. He picked up the shoebox and followed Randall to the door. Chapter 15. Lenny woke up. Well, actually, his body didn't wake up, but his mind did. It seemed that he was floating above his body and looking down. His first thought was, when did I get so old? He'd always prided himself on staying trim, but now he thought he looked emaciated and fragile. He was in a hospital room with machines beeping and needles in his arms. He'd never been one for drugs, but he was glad of them now. From the look of the bandage on his head, he imagined there was a lot of pain. His eyes were open, but he didn't blink. Now and then someone would put drops in his eyes, but Lenny didn't close them. He liked seeing what was happening. Someone in the hall was talking. "We don't know if he can hear you or not." It was a woman's voice, "but do talk to him. Sometimes people come out of comas and they remember what was said to them." The woman was no actress. Her tone said that there was no way anyone could live through his injury. "Just tell him what you're feeling about anything, your life, whatever." "So now I'm a priest?" Lenny thought. "My deathbed is a confessional?" One by one, people came into the room. The pretty young woman who had tried to revive the dead guy came first. The birdhouse girl, he thought. She said she was sorry for what happened to him, especially since he was probably protecting her. That concept jolted him. Protecting was not a word anyone had ever applied to him. The aunt came next. It was her house he'd been spying on when he was shot. "I don't know what you were doing or why," Taylor whispered, "but if you hurt Charlene, I'll kill you." If Lenny's hovering spirit had any eyebrows, he would have raised them. He believed the woman. Pretty, red-haired Kate was next. She brought flowers and said she hoped he got well soon. No one had ever given Lenny flowers. An overweight guy he didn't know entered. He leaned over Lenny's body and spoke quickly. "I think maybe you are, or have been, a hitman. Please get well, and please, please let me write your bio. I swear I'll keep your identity a secret." He paused. "Damn, they say I have to go. We'll share the profits. 80-20. Lenny watched him leave. "Tell the world all I've done? Are you crazy? Share the profits? Does that mean share the bullets that would come my way if I ratted?" Jack came in and sat down by the bed. "I don't know what you were doing in Charlene's barn, or why you were at Taylor's house, but I plan to find out." He took a few breaths. "I'm sorry I didn't check to see if you were dead or not.
You could have bled to death because of me. Maybe if I hadn't been so stupid, you'd be alive now." "I am alive," Lenny wanted to shout. He tried to speak, tried to move a body part, but nothing happened. The room darkened, and the quiet gave Lenny time to think. He wished he was the person they believed he was. He imagined retiring with grandkids and building birdhouses together. He had money in a few banks so he could buy a place. Then what? He'd watch TV all day? His job hadn't allowed him to make friends, at least not any that he'd turn his back on. A man Lenny didn't recognize came in. He was frowning and kept looking over his shoulder. "I'm not supposed to be here," he said. "I should be on a cruise ship with my wife. But here I am." He took a breath. "Do you have anything to do with the jewel robbery back in '98? I was just a kid then. I mean, I was married and near 30, but I was dumb enough to be a kid, so—" There was a sound in the hallway. "I have to go." He quickly left the room. There was a bit of morning light coming from under the shades when another man came in. He was older and handsome, a silver fox, as the ladies say. The man Lenny followed. At last, Lenny thought, up close with the elusive Randall Medlar. "I know Mel sent you. I'm sorry for this. I'm trying to find out who did this and why." The man reached out and ran his hands over Lenny's eyes to close them. It was a struggle to get them open again, and when he did, the man was gone. If Lenny could have laughed, he would have. Medlar didn't even allow what they all thought was a dead man to see what he was up to. The light in the room grew stronger, but it was still so early that the shades were down. A person came into the room. He or she was so encased in blue hospital attire, Lenny couldn't identify them. A mask and a low headpiece covered the mouth and nose. By the shape of the nose, it was the person who cut Randall. Calmly, the person removed the oxygen tube from Lenny's nose, then slipped a wide piece of plastic across his face. Lenny tried, but he couldn't move, couldn't fight. He tried holding his breath, but couldn't control it. He felt himself fading. Where were all those people who'd been visiting? He could feel himself going back into his body. He didn't want to because there was sure to be pain, but he was being sucked down into it. When his spirit hit his body, he blinked. It wasn't much, but it's what he'd done before to get attention. "I am alive," he tried to convey. On the bed by his hand was a cord with a button at the end. He used his last ounce of strength to push it. In the distance, he heard an alarm go off. Immediately, the plastic was removed from his face. Lenny took a breath as he heard running footsteps. He saw the person in blue slip out in the chaos. "Holy crap," he heard a woman say. "Get the doctor. I think he's waking up." When Lenny saw the woman cross herself, he did his best to smile. A fellow Catholic. Feeling safe, he went to sleep, and this time his spirit stayed in his body. Chapter 16. The first time Jack woke, he heard a familiar sound. Sara and Kate were frantically straightening and cleaning the house. That meant it was Wednesday, and Dora, the housekeeper, was coming. The idea that they cleaned before the cleaning had puzzled him. "We don't want her to think we're slobs," Kate snapped. "Dora knows everyone in town. She'll tell them all about us," Sara said, as she put dishes in the dishwasher. "And we have to be sure that no signs of murder are where she can see them," Kate added. In normal circumstances, that would make no sense, but in their lives, it was a good policy. Jack lifted his head enough to see that the shoebox was still on the side table, and the tape was intact. He should probably call the office.
But at the moment, he didn't care what happened. He went back to sleep. When he awoke again, it was nearly noon. He folded up Kate's couch, then took a long shower in her bathroom and used some of her shampoo. That it smelled like her made him smile. He pulled on jeans and started to grab a t-shirt, but didn't. It was probably Randall's influence that made him put on a long-sleeve blue shirt. He rolled up the sleeves neatly. When he left the apartment and entered the main house, he saw Kate and Sara busy in the kitchen, and the house smelled great. Randall was in the formal living room looking at Sara's big iPad. Kate had told them about showing her father how to use his new iPhone, but they agreed that he obviously knew about electronics. "Where's your uniform?" Sara asked.
"Bottom of the dung heap, I hope,"
Jack answered, then sighed in defeat.
"Anybody call? Any major catastrophes?"
"Not at all," Randall said.
"You see anything interesting?"
Jack knew he was talking about the shoebox.
"Haven't looked inside yet."
When Sara said lunch was ready, they met at the big dining table. Jack started to sit down, then saw that Sara and Randall were glaring at him. He'd never noticed that they looked alike. With Kate beside them, all of the Medlars were together. Their frowns were identical.
"You three sure look alike," he said. "Great family resemblance. What's for lunch?"
Randall and Sara gave him hard glares, while Kate looked like she might start laughing.
"Did I miss something?"
Jack asked, innocently. "They want to see the shoebox," Kate said.
"Oh, I'd forgotten all about that."
Kate gave a scoff of laughter.
"I'll go get it."
"Good idea." Sara pulled out a chair and sat down. Jack took his time returning. It was interesting that Randall had told them about their nighttime rummage in the garage. Suddenly, Jack felt like an outsider. They were the Medlar Three, linked by blood, not friendship. When he got back to the dining room, they were seated and waiting. The table was loaded with a Florida feast of seafood and salads. There was even bread for the non-keto diners. Jack put the heavily taped shoebox in the middle of the table, then sat down.
"Crab cake's my favorite."
Sara whipped out one of the little retractable box cutter knives that she had all over the house and slit the tape all around. She looked at her brother. "You want to open it?"
"I'll give that honor to Kate."
Impatiently, Jack slid the lid up, but the contents weren't revealed. He started eating. Sara lifted the lid. "Ah," she said, "photos." Kate cleared an area on the table and dumped them out. They were photos of unknown people. Some pictures were old and faded, some new. They were taken in front of houses or camping tents or picturesque landscapes. Know anybody? The Medlars let out a collective sigh of disappointment. "No one," Sara said. It was Randall who found the two photos stuck together. His face lit up, and he handed the faded black and white picture to Sara. She drew in her breath. It was two women, one young, one older, and a young man. "Who are they?" Kate asked. "Wait, isn't that Taylor? When she was in her 20s, I love her dress, and those boots are great. The height of 70s fashion. She was always beautifully dressed." Sara looked across to Randall. "Walter, Taylor, and dear old Inez." Randall began filling his plate. "Nothing to say about her?" Sara asked.
"I'm afraid that even saying her name will bring her back from the grave."
Kate was looking at her aunt to explain. "The man is Taylor's late husband, Walter." Sara was grimacing. "And the older woman is Inez, Taylor's mother and Charlene's grandmother. She was a truly awful woman." Jack studied the picture.
"I wonder why this old photo is mixed in with the new ones." And what does it have to do with the Bentley guy? Randall looked at Sara, and when he spoke, his voice was soft. I saw Inez with Kate at the trial. What happened? They could see Sara's discomfort at the memory. Had it really been her testimony that put her brother in prison for so many years? Sara took a deep breath. Inez thanked me for helping put you where you belonged. Randall didn't seem surprised. How did she act toward Kate? I'll never forget it, Sara said. Inez stared at little Kate with almost a sneer. To a child. She turned to her niece. But you weren't intimidated by her. You glared back at her in exactly the same way. I thought you two were going to fight. Yes, Randall whispered. That makes sense. Was Ava there? No. As soon as she saw Inez, she ran to the restroom. I wanted to follow her. Exactly what did Inez say? Randall asked. It was odd. She asked why you'd named her Kate. I said the first thing that came to my mind, the taming of the shrew. I didn't know and I never asked. What else? Randall asked. Nothing. Inez stomped away and later Ava. Sara couldn't finish. Right, Randall said. Ava forbade you from ever seeing Kate again. Sara could only nod at the horrible memory. Kate clasped her aunt's hand. I'm sorry that you and I missed out on so much time together. Me too, Sara said. They were silent, haunted by those dreadful memories. Wow, Jack said. Get a bucket for the tears. You jerk, Kate murmured. But there was no real anger in her voice. They needed the relief. Is there any more of the potato salad? Jack looked at Randall. You're being greatly honored. We don't get many carbs around this place. But I warn you that if you're ever served pasta, it means you're about to die. They smiled enough that the misery was broken. When the doorbell rang, Kate went to answer it. It's probably someone from the office, Jack muttered. No doubt they want to tell me there's been another murder. Maybe we should send Kate away, Randall said. She doesn't deserve to. He broke off when he saw Charlene walking beside Kate. I don't mean to intrude, Charlene said. It's just that Taylor went to work and the guard is having confidence issues. I was told that I need to go somewhere safer, so... She shrugged, as though to say, so here I am. Randall stood up and offered his chair next to Sara. Kate moved beside Jack. We're very glad to see you. Have you eaten? Not today, Charlene said. In a husbandly way, Randall got a clean plate and began filling it. He didn't hesitate in choosing food for her, proving that he and Charlene knew each other far better than they said they did. Randall set the full plate before Charlene. Jack started to pour a glass of lemonade for her, but Randall said, No, too acidic. She drinks iced tea, unsweetened, no lemon. With a silent nod, Jack put the pitcher down. How is Leland? And your children? Kate said, loudly. Her implication was so pointed that Randall gave a one-sided smile. They're doing well, but we miss each other. Charlene gave Kate such a look of warning that she ducked her head. Sara handed Charlene the black and white photo. Do you know anything about this picture? It's before my time. Taylor looks great, doesn't she? She put the photo back on the table. And Walter? Sara asked. Charlene's lips went into a sneer. Sorry, I have no fond memories of him. He blamed me for Taylor leaving him. Then you should get an award, Sara said happily. Charlene smiled. And your grandmother? Kate asked. Charlene started to speak, but then looked away. It's all right. Randall put his arm around her shoulders, his hand over hers. I'm glad Taylor got you away from her, and I'm sorry everything happened the way it did. If I'd known what was going on, I would have been there.
The silence in the room was heavy. They knew he was talking about when a young Charlene gave birth to their stillborn son. The front door was thrown open so hard it hit the wall. It looked like Kate hadn't turned the lock when she let Charlene in. They all stopped and waited for whoever would appear. Ava came into sight, then stood there glaring at them. She was a thin woman, quite plain, and she hadn't aged well. She looked older than Randall. Her expression was of hurt and sadness, until she saw Charlene. Then her face changed to rage. Randall removed his arm from around Charlene's shoulders, looked at Jack, and made a quick head gesture. Jack understood. He quickly went around the table and protectively escorted Charlene out of the house. Randall stayed in place, his face unreadable, as he looked at his angry wife. "Mother," Kate said, "how good to see you." She got up and went to Ava, arms extended for a hug. But Ava stepped back. "You're with them," she said. "With them and against me. I'm your mother, but you chose her over me." It wasn't clear if she meant Sara or Charlene. "I didn't," Kate said. "Please sit down with us. How have you been? You're acting like you didn't know I was here. You think I don't know that you've been avoiding me, your own mother?" Kate's face turned red with guilt. Ava looked at Sara. "This is all your fault. You've always wanted what I have." Jack came back into the room and gave a quick nod to Randall. Charlene was safely away. He went to stand near Kate, who was a few feet from her mother. Ava was aiming her words at Sara. "It wasn't enough for you to put my husband in prison. You wanted more of what I had. You wanted it all. And you took it. Look at this." Ava waved her hand to indicate the house. "My daughter and I lived in a slum. Well, you have all this. Now my husband lives with you too, and—" Ava took a step toward Sara, seemingly with the intention of striking her. Jack and Kate reacted at the same time. They put their bodies in front of Ava so she couldn't get to Sara. Ava glared at her daughter. "So, now you choose him over me? He's a criminal. Even I know that." Behind them, Randall slowly dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, then stood up. He went to the end of the table and pulled out a chair. It was the traditional seat of the owner of the house. In a low, firm voice, he said, "Sit." Ava tightened her thin lips, gave Jack a look of threat, then went to the chair and sat down. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest, and she looked like she might explode. Randall got a clean plate and put it on the table in front of her. "Eat," he said calmly. With a look of curiosity, as though he wanted to see how this played out, Jack took the seat next to Ava. Kate took her mother's plate and began to fill it. Randall sat next to Ava, so she was flanked by the two men. As Kate filled the plate for her mother, Jack looked at Sara, eyebrows raised. It was interesting that Randall didn't prepare a plate for his wife, as he'd done for Charlene, nor had he greeted his wife with any affection. "When did you get here?" Randall asked Ava. "You know when." She narrowed her eyes. "All of you were in that police car." She shot Jack a look of anger, then turned to Sara. "And you hid from me in the bakery." Randall bent sideways to block Ava's view of Sara. "So why didn't you speak to us?" "I knew I wasn't wanted." Ava's tone went from anger to misery. "My daughter and husband didn't want me. You could have found me. I was on her credit card." Her was obviously Sara. "It was good of you to leave a message via Aunt Sarah's card," Kate said, as she put a full plate in front of her mother. "We all wanted to see you, but we didn't want to involve you in a couple of dirty, nasty murders." Ava gave Kate a hard look. "One accident and one shooting, and he's not dead." She looked at Jack. "No thanks to you." Jack was unperturbed. "In spite of my criminal past, I'm not used to bullet wounds.
Next time I'll call you for assistance."
Kate gave him a look of don't antagonize her. Randall almost smiled, while Sara looked like she wanted to run away and hide.
"So, what brings you here today?" Randall asked.
"To see my daughter and my husband." Ava's mouth was full as she looked at Randall. "You have to go home with me. Both of you." Randall stayed calm.
"I'm not going to Chicago. And Kate seems perfectly happy here."
"Ha," Ava said. "It's just the money. You can buy us a big house, and Mother," Kate said firmly, "I do like it here. And it has nothing to do with money. I don't want to go back to the uncles. You know they were trying to marry me off."
"When did this come about?"
Jack snapped. Kate gave him a look to be quiet. "It's time you married, and Noah is a very nice young man. You've always loved him." Ava glared at Jack. "At least he hasn't been in prison."
"Kate likes jailbirds," Randall said, smiling. "She's even accepted me."
Ava pushed away her plate. "And I am left out." Kate sat down in the chair beside Jack and looked around him to her mother. "You should have told me the truth about my father. You could have taken me on your visits to see him." "I protected you," Ava said. "If you'd known the truth, you would have been tortured in school, the daughter of a criminal. Your life would have been miserable, and you couldn't have kept a secret about something like that. I saved you from all that pain and misery." There was enough truth in Ava's words that Kate looked away. Ava turned back to her husband. "So, you're going to leave me? For her?" No one questioned that she meant Charlene.
"She has her own family now."
Randall was again using his therapist voice of exaggerated calm. "She'll choose you over them." Ava sounded as though her life was over. Randall gave a bit of a smile.
"Thank you for the compliment, but she will not. She's quite happy where she is."
"But you are very unhappy." Ava's voice was full of tears.
"Less now than I have been. I'm going to stay here in Lachlan with my daughter. I'm not going to leave her again. You may stay with us or return to your brothers. It's your choice. I know you're angry at Sara, but she has a guest house. I'm going to stay in it until I find a job."
Sara, Jack, and Kate looked at him with interest. It was the first they'd heard of him in a job. "You're going to be a maid again?" Ava's use of the feminine was derogatory.
"I have some possibilities. Maybe I'll become a personal trainer."
"You'd go to women's houses and..."
"Yes, certainly." Anger came into Randall's voice. "I'll do whatever my clients ask of me. You know me, anything for money."
He turned away from her. The others looked at Ava. It was her move next. "I don't want to live here," she was pleading. "There are big bugs and the trees have no leaves." Randall shrugged, not his concern. Ava looked at Kate, her eyes begging. Kate sighed as though helpless. "The man is the head of the household. Isn't that what the uncles always say? I must obey my father." Randall gave her a quick glance of humor. Kate was certainly twisting things around. "I guess," Ava began, "but I—" She didn't finish, because Sheriff Flynn entered the room. He'd silently come in through the garage. He looked at the surprised faces, then fixed on Ava.
"Here you are." He turned to Jack. "Hiding a fugitive is not part of your job. I hope you aren't locked up for this." Jack stood up. "A fugitive? What the hell are you talking about?"
Randall looked at his wife, who had bent her head.
"So that's why you came here today. What have you done?"
Ava bent lower and said nothing. The others looked at Sheriff Flynn. He was glaring at Ava.
"DNA came back. The guy who so-called fell out of Charlene's barn, there were traces of 2 different DNAs on him. Both were unknown, and both were in his mouth. We know one was Charlene trying to save him, but the other one?" He looked at Jack. "The other one is from a close relative of Kate's. Probably her mother. The Broward brass are looking for Mrs. Randall Medlar." Randall turned to his wife. "You heard about this on a police radio?" When Ava didn't respond, Randall turned to the sheriff. "I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding." They looked at the top of Ava's bowed head. "You want to tell them the truth?" Randall asked softly. "I did it." Ava lifted her head. "I told him it was over, but he wouldn't leave me alone. We fought, and I pushed him out of the barn. He died." There was a moment of silent shock from everyone except Randall. He poured himself more tea. "Why were you in Charlene's barn?" Jack asked. "Because I knew he would be there," Ava shouted. "He's always there, with her. He went to her instead of to me." "What about the rifle?" Sara asked. "That man was going to kill her for me," Ava said. "I'd be rid of her forever. Then I'd have peace. Finally, and at last, I'd get my husband and daughter back forever." Jack's phone buzzed. It was the office. "They're on their way," was B's curt text. Jack read it to the others. "This is your job," Sheriff Flynn said to Jack. "Just don't be a hero and let her get away." As the sheriff left, all Jack could do was shake his head no, that he wouldn't. Minutes later, Jack was in his uniform. Sara had cleared the table, while Kate plundered Jack's supposedly secret stash of cookies and candy bars. She put a pile of them in front of her mother. Ava was still sitting at the head of the table, Randall beside her. Ava was talking incessantly, but her voice was so low only Randall could hear her. Kate made a big mug of chocolate milk and set it before her mother. "You have to protect me," Ava was saying to her husband, "like I did for you, all those years you were away. I gave up so much for you, and I was always there. You never needed anything." Kate didn't dare look at her father. Her sympathy would go to him. Being in prison was not needing anything. "You okay?" Sara asked Kate when they were alone in the kitchen. "No, not at all. How about you?" "The same." "Sure you don't want to run away to Italy?" "Not sure at all." They smiled at each other. In the next second, there was a pounding on the front door, and Jack opened it. Detective Cotilla was standing there. "We meet again," he said. "How many dead bodies are piled up in here? What was used this time? Guns, knives, poison? Oh, right, they've all been done. How about a piano falling on somebody? That would be an interesting variation." Jack didn't reply, just stepped back and let the detective and 2 deputies enter. Ava was standing in the living room, Randall and Kate at her sides. "Ava Medlar," one of the deputies said, "I have a warrant for your arrest." He read her rights and put handcuffs on her. "You know how I knew where to find her?" Cotilla asked Jack, but didn't wait for an answer. "This house seems to be the hub of all evil that goes on in this little town. I hear the name Lachlan, and I know where to go." "And I bet you got an anonymous call," Jack said. "And yeah, I got a phone call. That voice sure sounded familiar." "You do know that several people touched the dead guy," Jack said. "And we plan to get DNA from all of them. Right now only Kate's and yours and Sara's are in the system. Charlene gave him mouth-to-mouth." Cotilla grew serious. "We assume the unknown DNA is hers. I'll send someone to get a sample from her to make sure." Jack frowned. He didn't think there was anything to link Charlene to what happened when she was a kid, but maybe there was. "I'll do it. She's been traumatized enough by the last few days. She doesn't need strangers pushing her around." Cotilla scoffed. "Pretty Kate isn't enough for you?" When Jack didn't answer, he nodded toward Randall,
who was listening to Ava.
How's he doing? I was told to watch out for him, but he seems to be clean. Maybe he did this and put the blame on his wife.
Jack gave a snort.
Probably the other way around.
Cotia didn't laugh.
Are you forgetting your oath to be on the side of the law? Do you know something?
Again, Jack didn't answer.
I was told you two are now drinking buddies. Out late at the local tavern. Are you sucking up to Dad to get the daughter? Or is it something more devious than that?
Jack gave the detective a look so like one of Roy Wyatt's threatening scowls that Cotia took a step back.
I'm just making sure you aren't taken in by a master thief. You can't lose your perspective.
As he spoke, Cotia kept stepping back until he turned and followed his men and the handcuffed Ava out the door. When the house was quiet again, the four of them sat down on the blue couches. For a moment, they stared into space. Kate looked across at her father. Is it possible that Mom is telling the truth?
That she hired a man to shoot Charlene? Yes, she's quite capable of doing that. She is a here-and-now person who never considers the future. I've not been able to assure her that Charlene and I aren't...
He looked at Sara and Jack in helplessness. You mean you can't make Ava believe that you aren't madly, insanely, passionately to the death in love with Charlene? Sara sounded very matter-of-fact, but then she'd spent 40-plus years writing about mad, insane love. I can't imagine why she doesn't believe you. Randall shrugged. Why did no one see what was between you two? Sara asked. I consider myself a perceptive person, but I never knew about you two.
You weren't here.
Randall's usually calm voice sounded angry.
You and Cal fought. Then you ran away. You didn't come back.
Yes, I did, Sara said.
Right. How could I forget? But by then Cal had impregnated someone other than you, so you went away to sulk. For the rest of your life, you...
Stop, Kate said. The problem is now. Not who did something before TVs were invented.
She, Randall said.
He, Sara said. Jack spoke up.
Did Ava kill somebody or not? Did she hire a hitman? Did she shoot the guy in the head?
They looked at each other blankly.
She could have, but did she? Randall said. That's the real question.
Sara stood up. I want to know why that photo was in the Bentley man's garage. You could ask Taylor, Kate said. She might know something. And she'd more likely tell you than me.
Randall snorted. My sister doesn't speak to Taylor, remember? 1,000,000 years ago, when people still wrote on stone tablets, the fight Sara had with Cal had something to do with Taylor.
How the hell do you know that? Sara shot at him.
Unlike you, dear sister, I didn't run away. I didn't hide and sulk and therefore ruin my life.
Half your life has been in prison, and that didn't ruin it? Sara shot back. And why does your wife think you can afford to buy her a big house? Jack held out his hand to Kate. She took it, and they went out the front door. I can't take much of that, Kate said.
Me either.
He held out his arms to her, and she snuggled against him. The glorious Florida weather made it hard to imagine murder and death.
I'm sure I should be angry and take sides, Jack said. But as you once pointed out, if Sara had married Cal, then she'd be my grandmother.
And you and I would be cousins. We'd have grown up together, side by side, like brother and sister. He kissed the top of her head.
Sorry for what they went through, but I'm glad we aren't relatives.
Me too, Kate said. They held each other for a while. Then Jack pulled away.
When this is done, let's talk, seriously, about the future.
About how you want to stay in law enforcement and someday have Cotia's job? Jack groaned.
May the earth swallow me at the thought. Has Sara spoken to you about Italy?
Kate was grinning. Oh, yes. A villa, a sunset, and a wed... She broke off.
Yeah, one of those. Borrowed, blue, that sort of thing. Let's talk about that.
Kate could feel her face turning pink.
"Good color,"
he said. He got into his patrol car and, smiling broadly, he drove away. Chapter 17. As soon as Jack and Kate left the house, Sara gave a sigh of relief. If she'd learned nothing else in her long life, it was that to get rid of young people, all you had to do was start an argument. She blamed this on the kids having a lifetime of being told that everyone is a winner. Everyone gets a trophy. They couldn't abide competition. With their audience gone, Sara looked at her brother. She could see that he didn't want to pursue the "what you did to me" argument. Their look was the same as when they were kids. Mother is gone, so let's do what we want. One good thing about relatives, if there was such a thing, Sara thought, is that you don't have to explain yourself. What do you know that you aren't telling anyone? Her voice was that of the older sister, the one who often found stolen objects in her little brother's pockets. It was Sara's thankless job to return them and try to keep the kid from being caught.
"I'm beginning to think Taylor may have shot the man in the car."
If Taylor did, it was because she was protecting Charlene. And it makes sense. The man was at her house, scary.
"Of course she was. What do you know?"
I made sure Flynn saw the photo of Walter, and he turned pale. She was staring at her brother, waiting for an answer. If there's any truth to Everett's book, my guess is that Daryl is terrified he'll be named as your accomplice in a jewel robbery. Randall's lips closed tightly, and his eyes turned cold. Sara knew from years of experience that when her brother gave that look, he'd tell no more. Even when he was 5, he would shut down in exactly the same way. He was not going to reveal anything about the jewel robbery. Does Daryl have a reason to be afraid of Taylor? She's the only one still alive. Randall's face relaxed.
"Not that I know of."
Sara thought for a moment, then looked at her brother. "What are you planning to do now?"
"Jack's office texted him that Lenny woke up. I'm going to visit him in the hospital."
She didn't ask how he knew of Jack's private text. "And what if he tells you that Taylor shot him?" Randall gave a small smile.
"Then she did it because he was about to hurt Charlene."
Sara glared at him. "Do not smother that man." Randall smiled broadly.
"Wouldn't think of it. And what are your plans?"
"To find out why Daryl is so worried about all this. He's hiding something big."
"Besides his belly?"
Brother and sister looked at each other and smiled. People like them, who are genetically predisposed to easily gaining weight, had spent a lifetime in hunger. They envied people who could eat whatever they wanted, who didn't endlessly deny themselves the pleasure of food. But sometimes that envy showed itself in smug self-satisfaction. "I'm going to have to come up with something to occupy Everett. If I don't, he'll start asking questions about Charlene." She was watching her brother intensely, like a predator. She wanted to know how much he knew about that. When Randall didn't ask any questions, Sara was sure he knew more than he was telling.
"Just so that Ryder stays away from me," Randall said.
Sara smiled. "What? No cat burglar interview?" "I'm sure Everett would love to do a follow-up book about you. Charlene, Ava, Inez, Taylor, all the women in your life could make a good addition." "And what did happen to all those jewels you stole?" Randall stood up.
"How amusing you are. What do you think Kate is doing?"
They looked at each other. They knew the answer to that. "Ava," Sara said. Randall sighed.
"Of course."
"You don't seem to be worried about your wife being taken off to prison." He started down the hall toward Jack's bedroom.
"I assume they'll need proof of her guilt. I'll take Jack's truck."
"Do you even have a driver's license?" Randall's laugh echoed down the hall. Minutes later, Dora showed up to clean, and Sara left. Daryl paid the pizza delivery boy in cash. He'd ordered from a place in nearby Sunrise. He paid extra for the distance of the delivery, but that was better than ordering within Lachlan. He imagined some kid saying, "I know you. You arrested my dad." Then the kid would tell everyone that the sheriff was still in town. Not that Daryl had been able to keep his presence totally secret. Every day someone else knew he was there. It didn't help that he'd driven to Sara's house to warn them that Kate's mother was about to be arrested. He could have texted, but the forced isolation was getting to him. Humans weren't meant to be locked up alone. He grabbed a couple of cold beers, put the cans on top of the pizza box, then went down the hall. He was marathoning the NCIS episodes. Maybe the murder would be solved by the time he finished them. When he saw Sara Medlar sitting in the other leather chair, he almost dropped everything. But he didn't. He was adjusting to surprises. He put the beer and pizza on the ottoman and sat down. "Should I ask how you got in here?" "It's better if you don't," she said. "But I didn't think you'd answer the doorbell." He popped open a beer, held it up in offer to her, and motioned to the pizza. "No, thanks." "Sure? I remember you used to pack it away." "Don't remind me." He settled back in the chair, hands full. "What do you want from me?" "You nearly fainted when you saw the photo of Walter on the table. Why?" "Who else noticed that?" "Just me. Not even Randall." Daryl finished a slice of pizza, but didn't reach for another one. When his throat was clear, he said softly, "I was the one who sent Randall to prison." Sara let out her breath. "So he wouldn't tell anyone that you were in the jewel robbery?" "No, it wasn't like that. I was a deputy for Edison, and I knew he didn't trust me." "Because of your friendship with my brother?" "Maybe, but Edison was a bastard. Everyone had to prove himself. Sort of like in a gang." "And you did so by ratting out your friend?" Daryl took a breath. "I didn't do it on purpose. Just from stupidity. I was playing poker with some guys. Walter was one of them, and he asked me what jobs I was working on. He was smirking at me. You know what Walter was like." "Yes, I do," Sara said. "All put-downs and degradations. He humiliated people to make himself seem bigger. More of a man, better than—" She cut herself off. "Right. I wanted to impress him. So I told him I'd been on a stakeout of a man who was involved in some high-end drug deals." "A man who drove a Bentley?" "Yes," Daryl said. Sara waited, but he said no more. "What else did you do?" "Nothing. That's it. But someone called Randall and gave him the job of driving the Bentley, and—" He stopped talking. "And my brother was arrested the moment he crossed the state line." "He was right that it was a setup," Sara said. "Did you make the call?" "No, I didn't. But I think Walter did. He was furious at Randall. Taylor had left him, and he was going broke, and he believed Randall had secretly kept the bulk of the jewels. Walter went after him in a big way." "You think this is what happened? But you don't know for sure?" "I base it on a lifetime of knowing Walter. Isn't that enough?" "Maybe. I know my brother's reputation, but what made Walter so sure Randall hadn't divided the take?" Daryl hesitated. He didn't like openly talking about his one and only robbery, but he could see that Sara wasn't going to let up. "On that day of the, Walter and Randall went upstairs. I stayed in the car, and Roy was in the house but downstairs. Randall was afraid Mrs. Oliver's son would show up.
You know that Randall never liked violence."
So Roy was the muscle, while Walter and Randall were the actual thieves. Darryl gave a bit of a smile that she'd left him out of the pack.
Mrs. Oliver had told Randall where things were, so it was to be an easy job.
"I take it there were complications," Sara said.
"Yes. Walter came down with a black bag, not very big. The jewelry was mostly in cases, and he was disappointed that there wasn't more. He thought Randall was behind him, but he wasn't. 10 minutes later, Randall came downstairs. He was wearing tight black clothes, and you could see that the only thing he had was a red leather book in his hand. He said he'd taken so long because Mrs. Oliver asked him to get her private journal, and he'd had a hard time finding it."
But Walter didn't believe that.
"No. When they got in the car, Walter grabbed the book and opened it. He thought the insides had been cut out."
"My brother wouldn't be that dumb. But what about the jewels? I don't know that Randall ever had much money."
Darryl snorted. "That's because he's smart. He told us not to cash out. But we did. Thanks to Mrs. Oliver's son, every piece had been photographed for insurance. It was hard to sell hot items, and we got rock-bottom prices. But Randall held on to his share."
Sara was thoughtful. If my brother was holding on to jewels, why would he take a menial job years later? I paid the cost of his trial. If he'd had money hidden away, he would have spent it then.
Unless he meant to save it for his daughter.
That's possible. But all this is speculation. Did you and Roy also think Randall had some hidden away?
No, Roy smashed Walter in the mouth over it, but it made no difference. But then, Roy and I are simple people. I just wanted Evie, a nice house, and for my boss to respect me."
"What did Roy get?"
"A good time, lots of beer, and that Harley Jack rides around town on."
For a minute, they were quiet. Sara stood up. "This has been interesting."
"You know, when Randall returned here years later, I thought it was because he and Taylor were having an affair."
Sara sat back down. "That's a joke, right? Randall likes sweet, complacent women. Taylor would rip him apart." Darryl drank deeply.
"I have no answers. But it did all fit together. Taylor returned to Lachlan at the same time Randall did. And of course, Charlene was here too. Pretty big coincidences. I don't think anybody noticed this, but Walter got Taylor and Charlene to go back to California during the trial. But then Inez kept that whole thing out of the papers."
So Walter got Randall taken out of the picture by putting him in prison.
"Due to my big mouth," Darryl said. "Are you going to tell him?"
"I don't see any reason to tell my brother this. Randall paid the price. He doesn't need more hatred." Darryl shook his head.
"You love him, don't you?"
"I love Kate." Sara stood up again. "If Randall traces all this to Walter, it will be a literal dead end. He'll have to stop looking. Do me a favor, and don't confess to anyone else. Just keep your mouth shut, okay?"
"Gladly. So what's next?"
"We haven't come close to figuring out who pushed the man out of the barn, or who shot the guy in the car. And there's Ava, who has confessed to hiring and kissing. If she's lying, I don't know why she's done it." Darryl got up, went to the bookcase, opened the bottom drawer, and took out the folder marked Randall Medlar. He handed it to Sara.
"See what you can find in it."
"I will." She put her hand on the folder. He didn't release it.
"Please don't let Randall hate me."
Sara smiled. "Even if he finds out, all I have to do is get Kate to say, 'Don't hate Sheriff Lynn,' and you'll be forgiven everything." Darryl laughed.
"Thank you."
He released the folder.
"And use the door, will you?"
Sara started to leave, but she turned back. "What happened between you and Edison after the trial?" Daryl's face reddened. He trusted me. From then on, I was his favorite. I could do no wrong. Ultimately, it all led to my being made sheriff. Sara nodded. It looks like Walter told Edison who spilled the beans, so they were obviously working together. But who made the call to Randall? Could have been anyone. Sara nodded in agreement, then left the house. By the door. Chapter 18. Kate pulled into the parking lot of Kirkwood Realty. She had every intention of going to work. There were some contracts she needed to go over, and there'd be clients who wanted to find their dream home. The husband would say he had to have a pool, and the wife would say she wouldn't buy a house with a pool. Those kinds of conversations were always lots of fun. Along one side of the parking lot, there were 3 cars: Taylor's silver Mercedes, Melissa's red Toyota, and Ray's black Honda. There was an empty spot next to them. The 4 women always parked together. If Taylor was there, Kate knew she should talk to her about the photo of the 3 people. She had a copy of it on her phone. But how could she do that? Yes, she and Taylor were friends, but still, the woman was her boss. Did she show her the picture and ask, "What do you have to do with a man who was running drugs? The man who got off free while my father was sent to prison, something my mother never told me about?" Yeah, that would go over well. Kate leaned back against the seat. She needed to go inside. Instead, she sat there. Everything that was happening was so very personal. A dead father come to life, a mother confessing to attempted murder, an unidentified body, another man shot. "I don't need to find a murderer," she said. "I need a therapist." No, she thought. What she needed was some fun. Dancing with the Lachlan firefighters. Jack would sing and... Her phone dinged. It was a text from Jack. "I can't find Charlene." Kate looked at the text for nearly a minute, waiting to see if there'd be more. Nope, that was it. "I'm fine," she said, in answer to his unasked question. "My mother was taken away in handcuffs, but I should be used to that. It seems that I saw the same thing done to my father." She knew that Jack wanted her to look for Charlene. He was probably busy dealing with parking tickets or whatever, so it was Kate's job to run around town searching for one of Jack's many crushes. "Maybe Charlene and I will build a birdhouse together," she said to the phone, "and while we're gluing down tiny roof tiles, I'll casually ask her if she's planning to destroy her family and run off with my father. I'm sure she won't mind a question like that." Kate glared at Jack's short text. Is this all he had to say after what happened between them? Borrowed and blue, he'd said. Now all he could think of was Charlene? When Jack said that about Italy and the sunset, she thought it was cute. But now she was annoyed. Maybe she was supposed to consider herself engaged. Why not? Everything else in her life had been done without fanfare. Dead father? Oh no, he's just been in prison for 20-some years. Her loving mother? No, she might be a murderer. After those announcements, what did a, "Hey, let's go to Italy and do the borrowed and blue thing" matter? But Jack said they should talk about it. What exactly did that mean? Where and when? What happened to "Will you marry me"? Kate put her hands on the steering wheel and rested her head on them. She knew that her real problem was that she should go see her mother. But Kate dreaded it with all her being. It had been years since she'd lived with her mother. Phone calls, video chats, and emails could be manipulated. One time when Ava was telling Kate that she absolutely had to return home immediately, Kate gave a little scream and said there was a fire. She'd closed her laptop before Ava could say another word. But now the safety of distance was gone, and Kate deeply dreaded what was coming. She was going to postpone it as long as possible. She left the parking lot and drove on Fort Lauderdale's wide streets to Southwest Ranches. She passed Flamingo Road, her favorite place for plant nurseries, then continued on Sterling to Charlene's little farm. She punched in the gate code and drove in. The last time she'd been there, Charlene was French-kissing some dead guy. Be nice, she told herself. Gil came out of the house, and the sight of him made her smile. He was big and cuddly and very cute.
"What a treat," he said. "Two beautiful women here in one day."
"So Jack's been here?" Gil gave a laugh that came from his belly.
"What's he done now?"
"Nothing really. He just asked me to check on Charlene. I have things to do, but Charlene is more important. At least she is to Jack and to my father." Gil put his big, strong arm around Kate's shoulders.
"If it helps, I like you the best."
It was silly, but he made her feel better. When she leaned her head against his chest, he put his other arm around her.
"Can we share?"
came a deep male voice. Kate looked up to see Gil's two cousins, big bears of men, so masculine they made shotguns seem girly. She couldn't help herself as she hugged them too. It was nice to be female and surrounded by so much rampant masculinity.
"You need us for anything?"
Gil's question brought her back to reality. "Has Charlene been here?"
"Yeah, about an hour ago. She said she forgot something. Went into the house for a few minutes, then came back out and drove away."
"She didn't have a suitcase, did she?"
"No, just one of those big bags you ladies like."
"What did she take?" Kate asked. The men looked at her blankly. "I think I'd better go see." She turned away, but then looked back. "Anyone want to help me search?"
"Yeah," they said,
and followed her inside. It took only minutes to find what they wanted. The bottom drawer on one of the bedside tables was open slightly. Inside was an empty metal box. Kate sat down on the side of the bed. "What do you think?"
"She got money and probably a passport," Gil said,
and the cousins nodded. He sat down beside her.
"We could check the airport."
"She won't do that," a cousin said. "That would leave a trail. If she wants to disappear, she won't use her name. Is it possible that she has a car hidden somewhere? One that's not registered to anyone in her family?" Kate knew there were many storage places in Fort Lauderdale where you could leave a car. The snowbirds, people who came only for the winter, stored vehicles in them during the hot summers. I think there's a strong chance that Charlene's husband arranged such a car.
"Then they probably have a place for her to hide," the other cousin said.
"At least she hasn't run away with my father," Kate muttered as she stood up. "I have to go. My mother's in jail."
"She's what?"
Gil asked. "My mother confessed to—" Kate started out of the room, the men behind her. "I don't know, attempted murder? She says she paid the dead guy to have Charlene killed." When Kate stopped at the front door, the men were looking at her in shock. "And Mother seems to have paid him in kisses. Big, fat, DNA-loaded kisses. Thanks for everything. Tell Quinn hello for me." She looked at Gil. "Would you call Jack and tell him what we found? And that I'll be at his office soon?"
"You and Jack aren't speaking?"
Gil sounded hopeful. Kate opened the door. "I'm not sure, but we might be engaged."
"Kate," Gil said, "I think you need to step back from all this."
"It's okay. It's just been a traumatic day. And it's going to get worse when I see my mother. Bye." She got into her car and left. When Kate got there, Jack was entering the sheriff's office.
"Where have you been?"
He held the door open for her. She nodded hello to Bea, then smiled broadly at Dave and Pete. Jack gave an exaggerated sigh.
"Finished yet?"
"Just saying hello." She looked back at him. "Didn't Gil tell you that I was at Charlene's place?" "She showed up there, and we think she took her passport and some cash." Jack nodded.
"That fits. I found her car in a Publix parking lot. Wherever she went, it wasn't by public transport. No company has a record of picking her up."
Kate gave Bea a thumbs up. She was great at finding out things like that. Kate turned back to Jack. "I need to see Mother. Is she at the station downtown?"
"No," Jack said. "She's here. I think Cotia wants us to get a confession out of her."
"But she already—" Kate trailed off. She knew he meant an honest confession. "Have you talked to her?"
"Nope. I've been out looking for a car and asking about alibis. Where was Ava when?"
"What did you find out?"
"That your mother isn't someone people pay much attention to. Only one person at the hotel remembered her, but nothing specific. No one could say for sure where she was when."
"I guess I better go talk to her." Kate's voice was full of dread.
"While I was out, she made a phone call, and a lawyer came to see her."
Kate showed her surprise. "Who did she call?" "Who got her the lawyer? Did Dad do it?"
"I don't know. Dave checked him in. He signed in as James Hamilton, Esquire, and showed an ID, but B can't find him. It was fake. He was in there for about 15 minutes, then left. B said that when he left, he was smiling like he'd won a bet."
Kate held out her hands. "I didn't bring any gifts for Mother. I was going to stop somewhere on the way downtown and get something." Jack put his hands on her shoulders, his face close to hers.
"I'd go in with you, but I think she'll tell more without me there."
Kate nodded, knowing what he said was true, but oh, how she dreaded it.
"Find out what you can, so we can disprove this idiocy."
"You don't think she tried to kill Charlene?"
"No, I don't. And I can't imagine your mother passionately kissing that young man who was lying dead on the ground."
Kate understood his meaning. Of course. She was doing mouth-to-mouth, like Charlene.
"Probably so, which might mean that she knows who the guy is. See if you can find out."
Kate nodded. Then Jack led her down the hall to the first of their 2 barred cells. Ava was sitting on a hard wooden bench. She glanced at her daughter, then turned away, her face angry. Jack gave Kate a look of encouragement, unlocked the door, let her in, locked it, then hurried out of the room. "Coward," Kate said under her breath. "Mother, are you all right?" she asked, louder. Ava didn't respond. Kate let out her breath. "You need to talk to me." "Where is my husband?" "I have no idea, but I'm sure he'll be here soon." "He's with her," Ava muttered. Kate straightened her back. "Charlene has disappeared. We think she's gone into hiding. She is not and never will be with my father. Now that we have that out of the way, tell me who you called." "Eb." With a groan, Kate sat down at the far end of the bench. Ebenezer was the oldest of her mother's brothers. The patriarch. The one most rigid, most judgmental. "You called him?" "Of course. I need a friend." Ava gave Kate a pointed look. "Did Uncle Eb get you the lawyer?" "What do they know of lawyers? Eb is coming here to be on my side since no one else is." "What is the real name of the lawyer who came to see you?" "I don't remember." "Did he leave a card?" Ava made no reply. "How can I help you if you don't tell me anything?" "I don't need help. I just need my husband." "He really is with her, isn't he?" "No, he's not. Mother, this is serious. You said you tried to kill Charlene." "Didn't succeed, did I? They can't prosecute me for thoughts." Kate took a moment to get back on track. "So what really happened with the dead man? Were you hanging around Charlene's place and saw him lying there? Did you try to revive him?" She paused. "Do you know him?" Ava folded her arms across her chest. "I'm not going to say any more until I see my husband." Her eyes softened. "I went to him when he was in prison. Why am I here alone?" "You're not alone. I'm here. And if you'd give Jack a chance, he'd help you." "Ha! When Eb gets here, he'll fix it all. He'll find Randall and everything will be fine." Ava turned away, her back to her daughter. "Did you tell Uncle Eb who the dead man is? Did you tell the lawyer?" When Ava said nothing, Kate knew she was going to get no more out of her mother. Kate felt her body deflate. She got up and went to the cell door. But then she turned back. Her mother had on what Kate called her bulldog look. Nothing on earth was going to move her. Kate spoke softly. "Every time you went to New York, I baked dozens of cookies, and you took them with you. Did you give them to my father?" When Ava looked at her daughter, her eyes were sparkling. "Yes, I did. All those men loved them." "Men? What men?" "Mel and Buster and—" Ava shrugged. "Them, you know." The bulldog look returned. Kate called for Jack to let her out. She was realizing that her mother had a whole life that Kate knew nothing about. How many times had she heard her mother say, "My daughter and I have no secrets"? Kate was learning that everything in her life had been a secret. As soon as she was in the office, Kate took her phone out. Her thumbs flew over the letters as she texted her father. "Mother won't talk to me. She wants you. She called Uncle Eb, and he's coming here. A lawyer has been to see her, but she won't tell me his name. Charlene has disappeared." She sent the text, then added another one. "So help me, if you ran off with Charlene, I'll find you. I'll tell Mother and the uncles where you are." She sent it, then handed her phone to Jack to read. "That last one is a bit harsh, isn't it?" He was teasing. Kate didn't smile. What in the world has my mother gotten herself into? Did the lawyer say anything? What did he look like?
"Middle-aged, dark hair, trim build, nothing notable."
"Expensive suit," Bea said. She was pretending to use the file cabinet nearby as she listened. She didn't trust computers, so she kept hard copies of everything. Kate turned to her. "You didn't happen to take a photo of him, did you?" "My camera is at home." "You could have—" Kate cut herself off from saying Bea could have used her phone. Too modern for her. She looked at Dave. "Did you guys see or hear anything?"
"Just words of courtesy," Dave said. "Nice man."
"I let him out," Pete said. "The only thing I heard him say to Mrs. Medlar was balloons."
"Is it her birthday?" "That doesn't help," Jack said. "You should have—"
"What color of balloons?" Kate asked. Everyone looked at her in question.
"Now that you mention it, he said purple balloons."
Jack was still holding Kate's phone, and she grabbed it from him. She sent another text to her father. "Lawyer said purple balloons. Meet us at your old house at 4. She sent a text to Sara. "What do purple and pink balloons have to do with any of this? Try 1988. Everyone is meeting at your old house at 4. Jack read the texts.
"Sara will love a research problem like that."
"That's what I'm hoping. How's the man in the hospital?"
"Doing better. They text me about his condition and who visits him."
She waited for him to say more, but he didn't. "I have to go. See you at the meeting?"
"Definitely."
Chapter 19. Kate knew she'd have to hurry to make it to the Medlar house by 4. When she got to the office, she almost cried in relief that Taylor wasn't there. That meant Kate got out of having to ask her if she knew where Charlene was, and why did the Bentley guy have an old photo of her in his garage? Kate did what she could to get the contracts ready for next week's closing. Melissa was there, and she wasn't happy that Kate was out of the office so much of the time. "You leave the work for the rest of us while you go out playing with Jack," Melissa said. Ray, at her desk, rolled her eyes and said, "I'll take care of it." With a smile of thanks, Kate ran to her car. When she got to the house, she counted the vehicles and saw that everyone was already there. She opened the door of Sara's house and gasped at the sight. The ceiling had lots of pink and purple balloons gently bouncing on it. Below the balloons, a makeshift table had been set on a couple of sawhorses, then draped in blue silk that was covered by an exquisite cloth of Irish lace. A silver bucket held ice and a bottle of champagne with flutes of etched glass beside it. Sara, Jack, and her father were waiting for her reaction. "This is pretty," she said. but they were still staring at her. "What?"
"We were hoping to jog your memory," Randall said. "Any luck?"
"No, nothing. I've seen that lace before." Sara grimaced. "He cleaned out my cabinets. I bought that on my first trip to Ireland."
"And have never used it since," Randall said. "Or the flutes, or the silver, or the heron dishes, or—"
"I get it," Sara said. But she didn't seem as angry at her brother as she usually did. In fact, her eyes were sparkling. Randall opened the champagne and filled the glasses.
"My sister's dying to tell us a story."
Jack stepped forward, his eyes on Randall.
"Before that, tell us how the guy in the hospital is."
Randall showed only the slightest surprise that Jack knew where he'd been.
"Awake?"
He lifted a white linen napkin to reveal a plate full of cookies.
"Keto, from Bessie."
Jack was still staring at him, wanting more information. Randall gestured to the balloons.
"Memory is such a funny thing. Kate remembers the balloons, but not why. And the man in the hospital remembers his name, but nothing else. Not his past, and not the present. He says he has no idea why he was at Taylor's house, or who shot him. Quite convenient." "Yes, very."
Jack took a handful of cookies. "Mother wants to see you," Kate said to her father.
"I imagine she does," Randall said. "What does she want from you?" Jack asked. "Bail money?"
Randall said it as a joke. Sara was looking at her brother intensely. Ava always has a purpose for what she does. Why is she demanding to see you? Randall didn't answer. He looked at Jack.
"Any word on Charlene?"
"So help me," Kate said. "If you go after her,
I'm not going to," Randall said. "I swear it. I'm curious about the DNA. I'm sure hers could be obtained from something in her house."
"No," Sara, Jack, and Kate said in unison. If Randall was surprised by their fierceness, he didn't show it.
"Did Charlene murder someone?" he asked, calmly.
"Of course not," Sara snapped.
"Unless it's murder, the statute of limitations for the crime covers it. Whatever she did long ago doesn't matter now."
"Her reputation would be ruined," Sara said.
"Dear sister, today criminals are glorified, especially if they got away with the crime."
"So what went wrong with you?" Sara said under her breath. "Charlene isn't like that," Kate said quickly and loudly. "To be found out would hurt her irreparably."
"That's true," Sara said. "Charlene would—"
Randall stepped away from the women to go to Jack.
"Roy used to look at me like you are now. For all that most people thought your father was an insensitive lout, he could see to the inside of a person."
Jack gave a little smile.
"Are you implying that I can see that you're withholding something? What do you know that we don't? And why are you refusing to go see your wife?"
Randall gave a quick glance over his shoulder to make sure the women weren't listening.
"She believes she can persuade me to not reveal a secret." "And can she?" Randall smiled. "No. She can only postpone it." "Then tell me what it is."
Sara and Kate had stopped talking and were looking at them.
"There's more to Charlene than you think,"
Randall said, so only Jack could hear. He went back to the table and turned to his sister.
"It's time for one of your stories."
Sara laughed. "That's what you always said when we were kids, and Mother was in one of her tirades against me."
"Your stories calmed her down."
"I never understood why. I created evil witches who said the exact same thing she did."
"And short, beautiful princesses who overcame all evil."
For a moment, brother and sister looked at each other in fond memory. Kate thought it was nice that there was no anger from her or defiance from him. Sara began. "In 1988, in Fort Lauderdale—"
"When I was working for Mrs. Myers," Randall said.
"Did she have a big new black Mercedes?" Sara asked.
"She did."
Randall raised his eyebrows in interest. Sara continued. Mr. Theodore Ingalls was giving a third birthday party for his adored granddaughter. The child's favorite colors were pink and purple, so he hired a decorator to put up a huge arch of pink and purple balloons over his driveway.
And Kate saw them, Randall said. I had an idea it was something like that.
There's more to this, Sara said. A woman, described only as very thin, was sitting in a big black Mercedes parked across the road from Mr. Ingles's house. In the back was a pretty little red-haired girl. Everyone looked at Kate, but her eyes were on her aunt. The thin woman got out and used cuticle scissors to cut away 2 balloons. A pink one and a purple one, Kate said. One from each end of the arch. Yes, she handed them through the window to the child. So far, this didn't seem like much of a crime. Like all good storytellers, Sara waited until she had their full attention. Unfortunately, the balloons weren't secured very well. The whole arch rose from the ground and flew up into the sky. Sara paused, and in a rage, Mr. Ingalls called the police. Sara stepped aside and picked up her favorite red leather portfolio, the one she'd bought in Venice, and pulled out photocopies of a newspaper article. Note the writer, she added as she handed them out. Kate scanned the article in disgust. Yet another attempt at humor by your girlfriend. Jack read the paper. It was written by Elliot Hughes, a woman he'd had a very brief liaison with. It was written in her style of making fun of the whole incident. To her, the man's anger over losing the balloons was a great joke. Her sympathy was on the side of the woman who'd cut the balloons away and given them to the little red-haired girl, who was sitting all alone in the back of the big empty car. The police took Mr. Ingles's statement. One of them told the reporter they didn't have a file for balloon crimes. They left grinning. There was no identification of the car, the driver, or the little red-haired thief. They had driven away when the balloon arch disappeared into the sky. Jack looked at Kate.
I think we can agree that it was your mother and you in Mrs. Meyer's car.
He didn't wait for a reply.
So, now we know why you remember the balloons. Hundreds floating up into the sky must have been a sight that a child would remember forever. And then, there was probably a man trying to catch them.
And no doubt yelling in anger, Sara added. I guess so. Kate was frowning. Randall was still staring at the paper.
Look at the photo.
Jack looked back at his paper. There was a picture of an angry man, his house in the background. To the left, barely visible, was a garage.
I'd know that door anywhere.
It was the garage that he and Randall had sneaked into and found the box of photos. Randall folded the paper and put it in his shirt pocket.
I must go.
Before any of them could speak, Randall was gone. Jack and Kate looked at Sara, and she shrugged. He's always been like that, silent and secretive. Was this a coincidence? Kate asked. My mother cutting balloons next door to the man who ended up putting my father in prison? Sara and Jack didn't answer, but their faces said, it most certainly wasn't a coincidence. Jack spoke first.
I vote we go to the brigade and talk about everything we know.
He glanced at the door.
Somewhere we can be sure we're not overheard.
They'd had years of working together, and it took them only minutes to clear the place. They left the balloons on the ceiling. They'd started out as a fun gesture, but now seemed to hide some darker undertone. They put everything in the trunk of Kate's car. Randall had taken Sara's Mini. They didn't mention that he'd not asked permission. They'd learned that it was better not to know exactly what Randall was up to. Jack opened the passenger door of his truck.
I guess we're together.
They all smiled. Jack drove, Kate in the middle, and Sara was by the door. They didn't speak until they got to the bar and took one of the booths. The waitress came immediately, smiling at Jack. "You going to sing today?"
"Only if you ask me to," he said in a low voice. Kate and Sara groaned. Laughing, Jack ordered a big bowl of guacamole and a vodka and soda with lime for Sara. She smiled. It was a low-carb drink. Jack had carried a jacket for Sara, and he picked it up to show a box of crackers made of cauliflower, something she could eat with the guac. She smiled adoringly at him. Kate ordered a margarita with salt on the rim, and Jack had a beer. When they were alone, Kate said, "I miss us. I miss the three of us. I feel like I haven't seen you two in years." Jack sighed. "I hate the sheriff's job." Sara said, "I hate finding out things than having to tell you two. I like it when we see and hear things together." Kate grimaced. "I like when murder doesn't make me the center of attention. Father, mother here, and an uncle who has a god complex soon to arrive." Jack looked at Sara. "What else did you find out in your excellent research job?" Kate narrowed her eyes at him. "You mean besides that your girlfriend was the one who caused all the problems? But how old is she, anyway? I was 4, and she was writing for the newspaper. But then, you two are probably the same age." Jack gave a one-sided grin. "I do love your jealousy." He waited for Sara to answer his question. Sara said, "Nothing really." The looks on their faces said they didn't believe her. "I knew that was Bentley's house next door. It's how I found the balloon article. The date and his address minus the house number. This means that Ava was outside the Bentley guy's house." "She could have been driving by, saw the balloons and stopped," Jack said. "My mother hates driving. She only does it when necessary," Kate said. She looked at Sara. "What else?" They had to wait for their drinks to be served along with the guacamole. Jack and Kate dipped in with the warm tortilla chips, while Sara used the cauliflower crackers. "I got a photo of Bentley." Sara dusted her hands and swiped her phone. "It's from a company site, and he's young." She handed them her phone. Kate and Jack had their heads together as they looked. "When Dad and I saw him, he had a belly," Kate said. "It could have been a disguise," Jack said. "Mind if I send this to Bea? She knows a lot of people." Sara and Kate knew what he was really saying. Today, a man had mentioned purple balloons to Ava. Who was he? Bea's answer came right away. "That's the lawyer who visited Ava." Jack and Sara looked at Kate. "Go on," she said. "Say it. My mother is deeply connected to all of this." Sara's voice was soft, maybe even to what happened in the past. "You mean," Kate asked. "The trial," Sara said. "Of course Bentley was there. He was the key to it all." Jack spoke before Kate could. "Let's not jump to conclusions. From what I've seen of your mother, she tends to speak before she thinks. Let's find out more." Sara said, "Let's not forget what everyone loves, the jewels. My bet is that Ava told people she knows all about them. She wouldn't want anyone to think her husband doesn't confide in her." Jack nodded. "It always seems to lead back to those damn jewels." "But not to the stepson who was paid $2.4 million in insurance," Kate said. Sara and Jack looked at her. "Dad told me. I'm not sure there is any great treasure hidden away somewhere. X marks the spot, that sort of thing." "Maybe Randall isn't actually a thief," Sara said. "He's so very charming, isn't he?" There was no mistaking her sarcasm. It was imbued with a lifetime of dealing with her brother. Kate's face closed up in a way that looked remarkably like her father. She said nothing, just glared at her aunt. "Oh, goody," Jack said. "A girl fight." "Shut up," Kate said. "Shut up," Sara said. But both women were smiling. "It seems that we have too many mysteries."
Jack raised an eyebrow.
You mean the mystery of the jewel robbery? Was it or wasn't it? Then Randall being sent to prison for what I've come to believe was a setup? Or the mystery of the guy with a rifle falling out of a barn? And we can't forget the man hired by some jailbird. Then he was shot in the head. Am I missing anything?
The balloons, Sara said, and the Bentley guy, the real thief, posing as a lawyer to see my mother. And talking to her about those balloons, Sara added. Why? You can't blackmail someone for cutting a string. Unless it's connected to a parachute, Kate said. Or to a life raft, Sara said. Or a... Jack spoke up.
It seems that we have pieces of several puzzles. So, how do we solve them?
If it were one of my books, Sara said, I'd spend half a day outlining just one of the puzzles, then working on it. The others can wait. I think they will all eventually link, Kate said. It's like a chess game played on 4 levels, but in the end, it's just one game.
So, which one first? Jack asked.
Dead man, Kate said quickly. My mother's DNA was on him, and I'd like to do what I can to get her out of jail. Sara and Jack were looking at each other. Kate sighed. Okay, Sherlock and Watson, what do you two propose? Going back, Sara said. In time, that is. It's too weird that the balloons and the Bentley guy and Ava are linked. We need to find out how they go together.
Think she was having an affair with Bentley?
Jack asked solemnly. That was such an absurd concept that the 3 of them burst out laughing, then ordered another round of drinks and placed 3 orders for fajitas. When they got home, the women were drowsy from food and alcohol, so Jack took care of them. He sent them to their bedrooms to do the comfort thing they so loved, fuzzy slippers and soft, ugly clothes with cartoon characters on the front. He led them to the big couch in the family room and turned on the TV. When they were settled, he went outside and punched in Randall's number. He answered right away.
Where the hell are you? Enjoying the Florida weather. Randall was good at telling nothing. How are the girls? Half drunk and happy. What are you up to? Have you seen Ava? Lord, no, Randall said with passion. So you're leaving her to make us miserable? Randall chuckled. How clever you are. Roy would be proud. Did you find out anything? That's my question for you, Jack said. Again, I ask you. Where are you? I want to find out what Bentley knows. Did you figure out who the lawyer that visited my wife is? I think you know the answer. Randall laughed. Yeah, our own Bentley guy. My guess is that he's holding something over her, and I want to know what it is. Why don't you visit her and ask? Randall snorted. She wouldn't tell me. Her only concern in life is that I don't... He quit talking. That you don't what? Run off with Charlene? Tell what I know. I have to go. Bentley is on the move. Do you think Ava... Jack began. But Randall had clicked off. He frowned at his phone. It looked like Randall was wherever Bentley was, following him. Jack knew he should get in his truck and try to find Randall. Get him home before he got into trouble. But Jack didn't want to. He wanted time with his girls. He put the phone in his pocket and went into the family room. The 2 women were stretched out, heads on opposite couch arms, and sleepily watching some costume drama. If a show had a British accent and historical clothes, they'd watch it in utter fascination, even if they'd seen it a dozen times. He lifted both sets of feet, sat down, removed slippers, and pulled their sock-clad feet onto his lap. He almost sneezed when a bit of pink fuzz hit his nose. He pulled the lap robe off the back of the sofa and covered their feet. Somehow both women always managed to have cold feet. There's a football game on tonight, he said. We could... Not if you value your life, Kate murmured.
Sara shook her head, but didn't take her eyes off the screen. Jack smiled. He was utterly and completely content. Chapter 20.
"Your dad,"
Jack said the next morning. Sara was cooking eggs and bacon. "What's he done now?" Kate yawned. "Other than stealing Aunt Sarah's car, that is." "It's back." Sara slid scrambled eggs into a bowl. "My brother is nowhere to be seen, but my car is here."
"He's by the pool," Jack said.
"Getting ready to go see Mother?" Kate meant it as a joke. "He really does need to go see her."
"That's only going to happen if I arrest him, put him in handcuffs, and carry him into her cell," Jack said.
The women looked at him with hopeful eyes.
"No," Jack said, "I can't do that. I think we should find out who set up your dad and sent him to prison. That's my vote for the first mystery to solve."
"This is before we figure out about the dead guy?" Sara asked. "And has anyone besides Randall talked to the poor man in the hospital?" "Captain Edison sent my dad away," Kate said. "I thought that was established."
"Edison used something he was told," Jack said. "I want to know who did the telling."
"I believe it was Walter Kirkwood," Sara said. When they looked at her, she told them what Sheriff Flynn had told her about opening his big mouth to Walter at a poker game. Walter wanted revenge, and he got it. "Was he the one who called my father and gave him the job of driving the Bentley?" Kate asked. "Probably," Sara said, "or he paid someone to do it."
"Does Randall know this?" Jack asked.
"I have no idea what my brother does or doesn't know," Sara answered, "but finding the photo of Walter in the Bentley guy's garage seems to verify everything. I'd believe any bad thing said about Walter Kirkwood." "That sounds plausible to me," Kate said. "We should tell Dad."
"So he'll stop stalking people and finally go see your mother and everyone will calm down?" Jack asked.
Kate shrugged. "Pretty much, yes." "So, why did Bentley pose as a lawyer, visit your mother, and talk to her about balloons?" Sara asked. "Friendship?" Kate said. Sara and Jack laughed.
"Right, exactly." Jack stood up. "I'm going to pay a visit to the man who hung up the balloons. Either of you want to go with me?"
Neither woman answered, just ran with lightning speed to their bedrooms to dress quickly. Jack was in his truck, the engine running, when Kate and Sara jumped in. Sara had her camera bag. As he pulled onto the road, Sara asked, "You called ahead, made sure he'll talk to us?"
"Oh, yeah," Jack said. "Mr. Ingalls is dying to talk to anyone on the planet except Elliot Hughes."
"Smart man," Kate muttered, although by now she's pretty old. She smiled innocently at Jack. He shook his head with a rueful grin. The man greeted them at the front door. He was older than the grainy news photo showed him, and he'd added a few pounds, but he looked healthy. He wasn't smiling. He led them to the living room. As they sat on the couch, the man took a big leather chair across from them. Glasses and a pitcher of iced tea were on the marble coffee table. There was a plate of chocolate chip cookies. Jack filled 4 glasses, took cookies for himself, and leaned back, ready to listen.
"It was one of the worst things in my life," Mr. Ingalls said. "I was publicly humiliated by all of them. Everyone I knew laughed at me. People in the grocery saw me and—"
He broke off as he stared at Kate.
"Who are you?"
Kate brought up a photo of her and her mother when Kate was a child. She handed her phone to him. He nodded and gave it back to her.
"I thought that's who you were. I had just walked out of the house, so I saw the whole thing. Little red-haired girl in the back of a big black Mercedes and the woman cutting away my balloons. She's your mother?"
"Yes."
"You don't look like her,"
Mr. Ingalls said. He tightened his lips.
"I tried to tell those 2 policemen that it wasn't just about the balloons. But every time I said anything, that reporter woman made a joke out of it. No one listened to me."
"We're listening now," Sara said.
"I'd seen her before, many times." Ava? Sara asked. If that's the skinny woman, yes. She used to sit there with the engine running, and until that day she was always by herself. They were looking at him in surprise. Why was she there? Kate asked. To tell you the truth, I thought she was with the police or the FBI. Maybe I watched too much TV, but I knew the guy next door was involved in something illegal. What made you think that? Jack asked. At first, things only happened during the night. Men came by. I'm a light sleeper, and they had loud motors. Or very quiet ones, whatever. Their headlights lit up my bedroom. What were they doing? Jack asked. They put bags in his car. Then they'd drive away. But they got bolder and started coming during the day. What about him? Sara asked. What did the man do about all this? Not much. He was a bad neighbor. I'd say good morning, and he'd run inside like some frightened rabbit. One time I did catch him out, and I told him he ought to put his car in his garage. I was trying to warn him. If I saw what was going on, so did other people. But he didn't take the hint. He said his trunk was full of stuff his wife bought, and she needed access. I knew that was a lie. She had her own car. Besides, she'd told my wife she hated that big Bentley. How many times did this happen? Jack asked. Dozens. It went on for months. Was the woman in the Mercedes ever there during the transfers? Sara asked. Yes, often. One time I was getting the mail and I heard men tell her to move her car. They weren't polite about it. Did she move it? Kate asked. Yes, but only a few feet. It was like watching a cop show where she was on a stakeout. I told all this to the reporter, but she paid no attention to me. She had her mind made up before she got here, and later she wrote it all like it was a joke, something to laugh at. Worse was that her jokes made the police laugh at me, too. They wouldn't listen about what I'd seen at the house next door. Elliot Hughes tends to do that, Sara said. She ruins people with her words. And she loves to get revenge, Kate added. I guess she did get it, Jack said. The man lost his house, his wife, everything. Mr. Ingalls snorted. Who told you that? His wife and mine were friends. They moved to Boca and bought a mansion. Whatever he was doing, he made a fortune from it. Well, Sara said, when they were back in Jack's truck, talk about lies, each one bigger than the last. Jack glanced at Kate, who was silent. You okay? Not really, she said. What was my mother doing there? Was she involved in something illegal? Is that why the Bentley guy showed up to visit her in jail? He was going to tell on her? If you want us to stop investigating, Sara said, we will. I'll turn it over to Cotia and Broward County, and they'll stop everything, Jack said. They'll say the guy in the barn was an accident, and the man shot in the head didn't die, so there's no murder. Case closed. And forgetting someone attacked my dad and me, Kate said. I guess that was a random mugging. Jack and Sara didn't reply, since they agreed. Let's go home and talk about what we're going to do, Sara said. They were quiet until they reached home. Then Sara let out a sound like a trapped animal. There were 3 cars parked in front of her door. It was an introvert's nightmare. She started sliding down in the seat, hiding from them all. Kate took her aunt's hand and didn't let her get to the floor. Sara was so small she could fit in the space between the seat and the dashboard. I'll take care of this. At least there are no police cars, Jack mumbled as he got out. One of the cars was Sara's, which meant Randall had returned. But instead of parking at the side, out of the way, he was front and center. It looked like he had something to say. Beside it was Arthur's big old sedan. In its day, it had been the height of fashion. When Arthur could no longer drive, he couldn't bear to part with his last vestiges of independence. He'd left it in the garage. When Everett moved in, he'd loved the car. It reeks of old money, he'd told them, and he proudly drove it everywhere. The last vehicle
was Dora's, a cute red SUV. All three of them were inside the house, sitting in the living room. Randall, always the host, was serving fruit punch laced with vodka. There was a tray of cheeses with 4 kinds of crackers. Everett was eating like he was starving, all while staring at Randall with the wide eyes of an avid fan. After all, he'd written a book about the man, but had never met him. Dora was sitting so far forward on the edge of her seat that she looked like she might tip forward and fall face down on the rug.
"What can I get for you?"
Randall cheerfully asked them as they stood there staring. Sara answered, "It's my house. I will do the asking." Randall smiled.
"Then I'll let you be hostess. I'd like a brandy, please. And could you put some olives out? I'm sure everyone would enjoy them."
He sat down on the couch across from Everett, who hadn't blinked since they'd arrived. If there was anything an introvert hated more than hosting a party, it would be hard to find. Sara, lips tight, took a seat next to Dora. She sat as far back as possible, her feet not even close to touching the floor. She and Dora looked like kids at opposite ends of a seesaw. "Crap," Jack muttered. Kate stepped forward. She was used to being the bridge in their little family. She spoke first to Everett. "Why are you here?" He didn't stop staring at Randall. "Everett," Kate said. "What do you need? Do you have something to tell us?" Reluctantly, he looked at her.
"Does anybody mind if I interview the man in the hospital?"
Randall stood up quickly.
"I think that's a brilliant idea."
He extended his arm, meant to usher Everett out.
"Find out everything he knows. Befriend him. I bet you can get a bestseller out of him. It'll beat my sister's books by millions." "You think so?"
As he walked close beside Randall to the door, he looked as though he'd been hypnotized. The others waited in silence until the door closed. The lock clicked, and Randall returned.
"One down,"
he said softly to Kate, then took his seat. Everyone looked at Dora, who hadn't said a word, and waited. She took a sip of her drink. "I wasn't snooping," she began. "And the truth is that I didn't pay attention to any of it. I never liked Walter Kirkwood. It's Taylor who I like." She had everyone's attention. Sara quit sulking and slid forward on the couch. "Herbert told me to tell you." She waited for any replies to that. Herbert was Dora's deceased husband. Nobody spoke. Kate, between Jack and her father, smiled in encouragement. "It was your mother," Dora said to Kate. Everyone's eyes widened, but Dora said no more. Jack spoke.
"You cleaned the sheriff's office and the cells. You're so quiet and efficient and good at your job that I never really thought about it, but you must see a lot."
"Thank you," she said. "I appreciate that." She looked back at Kate. "I saw your mother there, locked up. She looked very angry. I thought she looked like she needed a friend, so I told her I'd met her before, but she said I hadn't. It was only later that I remembered the photos I saw on the table here." Sara and Kate looked at each other. They had forgotten to put away the photos from Jack's box. Jack got the old photo of the 3 people and put it on the coffee table. Dora nodded that was the one she meant. "Herbert reminded me of it all by making me dream about it." She turned to Sara. "Remember the old Hendricks house?" Sara nodded. "It was turned into a B&B, wasn't it?" "Yes. Mrs. Hendricks was a lovely woman. I was a waitress there, but I didn't like the job. People are too picky about their food." She looked at Kate. "That's where I saw her." "My mother was there." Dora nodded. "She didn't have a room, just a meal."
"When was this?"
Randall asked. 1998, Dora said. "Herbert and I were celebrating 10 years of marriage. We had the most wonderful second honeymoon. We went to—" She looked at them, all waiting to hear her story.
I noted her because she was so skinny, but she ordered a big steak and ate it all." "She does," Kate said. "I wouldn't have remembered it if Walter Kirkwood hadn't joined her." There was a collective gasp from the others. "You see," Dora said, "my mother had a crush on Walter. She said that in high school he was one of the Magnificent Three." "He was," Randall said impatiently. "An undeserved accolade, but given to him all the same. He and Ava were together?" "Not like that," Dora said. "They didn't act like lovers, but like friends. Close friends, considering that what she said made Mr. Kirkwood cry." Sara picked up the photo and pointed. "She made him cry? This man cried. How? Why?" "Well, yes, but I wasn't really listening. I'd never do that." "Of course not," Kate said. "It was just that he was so angry and so very hurt." Dora hesitated. "Angry about what?" Sarah's impatience exactly matched her brother's. Dora looked at her hands. "The woman was telling Mr. Kirkwood that their spouses were having an affair. His wife and her husband were lovers." The others looked at Randall. "I've heard this before, but I didn't believe it," Sara said. Randall shook his head. "Never happened." "Why would Ava tell Walter you were having an affair with his wife?" Jack asked him. Randall held his hands palms up. "I have no idea. Back then, Ava had one goal in life. She wanted Kate and me to return to Chicago so we'd be near her brothers, the Doom Prophets. I had no idea she had any other thoughts in her mind. If so, she never mentioned them to me." Sara was frowning at her brother. "So she got Walter riled up so he'd, what, threaten you?" "I can't imagine what he planned to do," Randall said. Jack spoke up. "We can't discount that Walter believed you'd ripped him off at the—" With a glance at Dora, he stopped. He wasn't going to mention the jewel robbery. "Walter would probably believe anything if it meant getting revenge on you," Dora said. "I heard her say they planned to take my child away from me. It was so sad that I remember it all these years later." Randall groaned. "Charlene. With Ava, it's always about Charlene. She was living with Taylor and Walter then, but I didn't know they were back in Florida. Later, I was told they left abruptly. I think we just heard why." "Clever of Ava." Sarah's voice held both admiration and disgust. "She got Charlene out of the way, and no one knew the reason it happened." "Until now." Unusual for Randall, there was venom in his voice. "Poor mother," Kate said. "She must have been near hysteria." Dora stood up. "I have to go. I hope I haven't caused any problems." "No," Sara said. "You've helped us a lot." She walked her to the door, then returned to the others. Randall was glowering. "Ava told me she was going to church. I let her use the Mercedes, but she was meeting Walter and telling him lies about me." "We know it's not the only place she went," Sara said. "What does that mean?" Randall asked. Jack told Mr. Ingles's story of the balloons and how Ava had been there often. Randall was stunned. "Why?" he whispered. "I suggest you go and ask her," Sara said forcibly. "In person, now." Jack's phone buzzed, and he read the text. "Well, here's a turn of events. Ava has been released. One of her relatives showed up to Cotia with proof of Ava's alibi. On the morning the man fell out of Charlene's barn, Ava was on a plane back from Chicago. She didn't get back to Florida until about 1:30. "But the DNA they found was hers," Sara said. "No," Randall said to his sister. "It was that of a close relative of Kate's. It could have been you." He looked at Jack. "Any suggestion that my sister is about to be arrested for murder?" "No, she wasn't there. She was—" He looked at Sara. "I was home alone," Sara said, "kissing no one, alas." She wasn't taking Randall's idea seriously.
Kate had been quiet. Which of her relatives came here?
They didn't say. Didn't she call one of your uncles?
Jack was tapping a return text. Ebenezer. Sara was grim. He'll demand to stay in my house for free, and we are to wait on him. And he'll tell of his latest glorious scheme that I should pay for. She looked at her brother. He'll stay in the guest house with you.
Oh, no, you don't. I'd be afraid to sleep.
Since when do you sleep? Sara shot back. Everett says you tiptoe across roofs, and Jack cut in.
It's some guy named Noah.
Noah, Kate said, then smiled. Noah. She grinned broadly. It's Noah, she yelled joyfully. Oh no, I look awful. She ran into her bedroom and loudly closed the door behind her.
Who the hell is Noah?
Jack half shouted. Randall and Sara shrugged. They had no idea. Chapter 21. 30 minutes later, Kate was still hidden away in her bedroom. Randall was in a chair by the window in the living room reading. He said he had a lot to catch up on in the modern world. Jack knew he should go to the office, but he'd called B and said he was dealing with something else, then quickly hung up. Theoretically, since he was the newest at the job, he was the least important person. They all knew that wasn't true. But after the way Kate had acted about some guy named Noah, Jack wasn't about to leave. Sara had photos to edit, and she usually did that in her bedroom, laptop across her legs, big TV on. But today she was in the kitchen, wiping down spice jars in the tall rack. She, too, was waiting to find out about Kate.
Why don't you call someone?
Jack was sitting on a stool at the kitchen island. He didn't need to say that he wanted her to find out who Noah was. And who would I call? Sara asked.
Ava. Ask her how she's feeling.
And then she'd tell me, Sara said. I'd have hours of hearing how miserable she is, and it's all my fault. Randall didn't go see her, so I must have kept him away. I sent her husband to prison, so now I have to—
Okay, Jack said, I get it. I thought Ebenezer was coming.
Sara put down her cloth and glared at him. Yet again, I'll tell you that I don't know anyone named Noah, unless heroes in my books count. I had a father and son, both named Noah, who were really wonderful, true salt of the earth. Everyone else was going bonkers about some killer on the loose, but my two Noahs stayed cool. They were a joy to write about. Jack's look was not friendly. Anyway, I do not know a human Noah.
Why would Ava call him?
I have never understood anything that my sister-in-law said or did. Why don't you go to work and ask questions? I bet B knows something.
She'll think my concern is self-interest,
he said, gloomily. Based on your insane jealousy over any male Kate so much as looks at? Yet you never make a positive move toward her? If you were in one of my books, the real hero, the Noah, would show up on a black stallion and take her away.
That's unfair, Jack said. I am very respectful of Kate. The
doorbell rang.
Who the hell is that?
He got off the stool and went to the door. Sara followed him. There is respect and there's laziness. It's past time for you to pick up the pace.
Kate deserves only the best.
He opened the door but kept looking at Sara.
Kate is too fine to—
He broke off at Sara's wide-eyed look and turned. Standing in the doorway was a young man. He was beautiful. Tall, very muscular, honey-colored hair, blue eyes. Sara thought about the heroes in her books. Jack was handsome with his dark features and sharp cheekbones, but there was a daredevil look about him. He was a man women lusted after and would risk everything for a night of wild pleasure. But the man in the doorway was the guy a woman married, had children with, sat beside in church and grew old with.
Hello, he said. I'm Noah Preston. Does Kate Medlar live here?
Great voice, beautiful teeth, perfect elocution.
No, Jack said. Try the next town over." He started to shut the door, but Sara recovered her shock in time to put herself between the two men. "Yes, she does. Please, come in." "Can I get you something to drink, to eat?" Jack followed them into the living room.
"What?" he muttered. "No free car? A free place to live?"
Sara gave him a look to shut him up.
"No, ma'am,"
Noah said as he sat down. Sara sat across from him.
"I just came to see Kate. Is she all right? All this with Aunt Ava must be hard on her."
Jack was standing at the end of the two sofas, never taking his eyes off Noah and not saying a word. Randall was silent. It was as though he was an audience of one and watching a fascinating movie. "I think she'll be better now that you got Ava released," Sara said. "It was you who did that, wasn't it?"
"I did what I could. My father sent me here with dated photos and a boarding pass Aunt Ava had left behind. And there was a dated ticket to a prayer meeting."
"All of this on the day Ava said she was here?" Sara asked.
"Yes. The 24 hours before was a traumatic time. Aunt Ava and Dad and the uncles spent hours locked away and talking. We all heard her crying. I don't understand why she said she was here in Florida that morning, and certainly not why she said she hurt someone." "How convenient."
Jack took a seat next to Sara. He sat so close to her that they were like one person. It appeared to be two versus one. Randall was the silent audience. Sara gave Jack a look, and he moved a foot away. "I don't mean to be nosy, but who are you?"
"Oh," Noah sounded disappointed. "I hoped Kate would have told you about me." "She told us about her uncles," Jack said, "and the aunts and her first cousins, all her close blood relatives. I assume you're one of them, a close relation?" "Yes and no."
When Noah smiled, Sara smiled back. Jack was stoic. Randall watched with great interest.
"I guess I better explain. My father was a soldier who was killed in combat. He left behind my mother and me, a 3-month-old baby."
"I'm sorry," Sara said.
"Thank you. For years it was just Mom and me, but then Dad came into our lives. They married soon after meeting, and we moved to Chicago."
"Dad?" Sara asked.
"Jedediah Overby."
Noah looked at Jack.
"He's the youngest of the brothers. He's only a year older than Aunt Ava." "I know who he is," Jack said tersely.
"How old were you when they married?" Sara asked.
6, and Kate was almost 5. She was the flower girl, and I was the ring bearer at their wedding.
Jack cut in.
Kate was still 4. That means her uncle showed up with a new stepson just weeks after her father was hauled off to prison." "I guess so," Noah said. "I was told that Kate's daddy had died, and if I said anything about it, Kate would cry. I never asked."
He turned to Sara.
"I have photos of the wedding if you'd like to see them. Kate is really cute."
"I would love to see them," Sara said. "I guess you know that I was there until Kate was 4.
"I do now, but I knew nothing about you or that Kate's father was alive until a few days ago. It's been a shock to me, and I can't imagine what Kate has been through."
He looked at Randall.
"You're Mr. Medlar?"
"I am," Randall said.
"But I can assure you that I'm not to be addressed as Uncle Randall." "I understand,"
Noah said politely. If possible, Jack's frown deepened.
"Kate has us to help her. We're always here with her. We can—"
When the door to Kate's bedroom opened, they all turned to see her. She looked great. Her hair was so shiny it was like little slivers of mirror. Her makeup was subtle and perfect, and her sparkling eyes showed no evidence of the stress of the last few days. Jack did his best to get to her first, but getting past Noah was like trying to go through a concrete wall. Neither Kate nor Noah spoke. He just opened his big, strong arms, and she went to him.
Her head seemed to fit exactly in the curve of his shoulder, and it certainly appeared to be a place she was familiar with. Kate had been trying to stay strong, but Noah's heart beating against her cheek took away her strength. Mother won't talk to anyone. And now I have a father, and a man was shot in the head and— Shh, Noah said, as he stroked her hair. It's all going to be okay. Aunt Ava will talk to me, and I'll find out what's going on. Come on and sit down, and I'll tell you everything I know. He led her to the couches, and they sat. Noah kept his arm around Kate as he looked up at Jack, who was staring at them in shock. Could you get her some water, please? Jack didn't move, so Sara hurried to get 2 glasses of iced water and set them on the coffee table. She took a seat across from them, staring with undisguised curiosity. Had it been anyone else, she would have given them privacy, but nothing less than a bomb would have taken her away from Kate. Sara made a head-jerk movement to Jack, and he sat beside her, his arms crossed over his chest. His face was a mix of rage and an emotion so strong there was no word for it. Like he was dealing with a child, Noah held the glass to Kate's lips so she could drink. Mom died last year. No, Kate said. I loved her so much. And she loved you. You were her sanity among the girls. Kate groaned. Why didn't Mother tell me about her passing? Noah smoothed Kate's hair away from her face. Because Aunt Ava is consumed with the fear of losing you. There is nothing and no one else on her mind. I know, Kate whispered. I should have gone back to visit her, to visit all of you. It's okay. We've looked after Aunt Ava for years. She practically moved in with Dad and me after Mom died. Kate's shoulders slumped in guilt. I didn't know. I've been too absorbed in my own life here. I should have— Noah's arm tightened around her. Your mother is the worst houseguest. Dad and I do all the cooking and the chores. You should see Dad and me in the grocery. Did you know there are 6 different kinds of onions? We got one of each, but your mother still said we didn't get the kind she likes best. Kate sniffed. She likes leeks and shallots, the expensive items. So we found out. Sara handed Noah some tissues. He mouthed thanks and gave them to Kate. She sat up straight and blew her nose. What are you going to do now? I got a job in Arizona. Kate paused and blotting her eyes. Arizona? Are they all going to move down there with you? No. I'm going on my own, just me. Oh, Kate said. Oh. I wish you'd go with me. We could— Jack stood up so fast he nearly knocked over the heavy coffee table. We need to leave, all of us, now. No one moved. You go, Sara said. I'm sure you're needed at the office. Jack wasn't used to Sara being on anyone's side except his and Kate's. He sat back down beside her. Kate continued as though Jack hadn't interrupted. You got a job, a real one. As what? Jack muttered. A bouncer? Kate looked at him. Noah is a theoretical physicist. It's not easy to find work in his line of expertise. Jack, Sara, and Randall blinked at the young man. Noah looked at Sara. I must say that you're not like I was told you were. In the last few days I've heard so much about you that I expected horns and a tail. Sara didn't smile. They're always with me. I just cover them with clothes and makeup. Noah turned to Randall, who raised an eyebrow. Did you expect me in an orange suit and handcuffs? Noah laughed. I see where Kate gets her sense of humor. He looked around the house. This isn't the prison I was told it was. Kate knew what he'd been told. Her mother often spoke of her daughter being held prisoner. I'm free to come and go whenever and wherever. You'll have to see my office, and I'll drive you around town and show you all the houses I've sold. I brought photos of when we were kids. Remember the wedding and the rose petals I put in your hair? I remember how we stole chocolates and hid under a table and ate them all. Jack interrupted.
You remember that, but not your father being taken away in handcuffs?
Kate turned on him. Ever hear of blocking out traumatic events? PTSD?
Jack stood up abruptly. Could I see you alone?
Noah just got here, she said. We haven't seen each other in ages.
Noah put his hand on her arm. Go ahead. I'll be fine. She doesn't need your permission to leave, Jack said. She could...
Kate glared at him, then went to her bedroom, Jack close behind her. She closed the door, but the others could hear every word they said. Noah politely excused himself from the room, but Sara and Randall listened as though unable to get away. In the bedroom, Jack spoke first.
Your father was taken away to prison, and just months later, your uncle brings home an unrelated boy? I think maybe your uncle went out and found a future husband for you. It's like something out of a book about arranged marriages.
That's disgusting, Kate said.
You two look chummy enough, so why didn't you marry him?
And move in with the uncles, aunts, and my weird cousins? No thanks. Noah couldn't leave his mother, and she refused to leave Uncle Jed.
So he did ask you?
Not that it's any of your business, but yes, he did. Jack took a step back and lowered his voice.
He should have done anything to get you.
Noah thinks of people other than himself. He couldn't leave. His mother had no income, and Noah had no job. The uncles paid for his years at school, so he owes them.
You've kept all these secrets for years.
Kate grimaced. That I didn't tell you everything in my life before you came into it does not qualify as keeping secrets. Have you told me about every woman you've been to bed with? Every crime you've committed? I don't even know the extent of your juvenile record.
It's not the same, Jack said. But right now that doesn't matter.
Why? Because I'm female and you're a big, strong male? You know what? Under your facade of being a modern man, you're just like my uncles. You're the rogue, and I'm supposed to be a virgin.
Virgin? What are you talking about? I'm saying that none of this is a coincidence. Your father was sent to prison, and suddenly you're paired up with a non-cousin. Your father reappears, and suddenly that pseudo-cousin shows up. It's all too neat and tidy.
You make me sound like a very valuable commodity. That's absurd.
Jack's voice lowered more, but Sara supports everyone, doesn't she? They wouldn't want to lose that.
You are horrible, Kate yelled at him, but the doubt could be heard in her voice. Her tone and her words didn't match. She left the sitting room and went outside to the garden. Jack knew better than to follow her. He got in his truck and went to his office. Chapter 22. Sara couldn't take hearing any more. She didn't like seeing Jack or Kate upset, and worse was that Kate's obvious affection for Noah seemed to hold too much possibility. The idea that her and Jack's secure little world could turn upside down was something Sara couldn't handle. She went to her bedroom, closed the double doors behind her, grabbed her big iPad, and went into her tiny private garden. When Jack was remodeling the old house, he'd called it Sara's safe room. She put birdseed out every morning, and sometimes the squawking got very loud. But Sara loved it. There were many non-indigenous flamboyantly colored birds in Florida. People bought the exotic birds, tired of taking care of them, then released them. Or they escaped. They thrived in Florida's tropical climate. Sara scattered seed around her big, heavy Tommy Bahama chair, then settled down with the movie on her iPad. She needed all the distraction she could create. Randall left when Sara did. He couldn't bear hearing what was being said. That Jack was probably right about everything hurt him deeply. It didn't help that he knew none of this would have happened to Kate if he'd been there. Sara had left her extra set of car keys in a pretty African basket by the door. "So you can stop hot-wiring my car," she'd said. She'd tried to sound like he was a burden, but he knew that inside her was great generosity. Part of the problem now was that she'd supported Kate and Ava for all those years, and a lot of those funds had gone to the brothers. Those men didn't want to give that up. Once he was in Sara's car, he knew where he was going. He needed privacy and time to think about all he'd learned. Kate was the last to escape the turmoil. When she went back into the house and saw that everyone was gone, she grabbed her bag and left. She wanted to take Sara's car. She'd like to go fast and whip around corners, but she had to take her sedate four-door. She didn't consciously think about where she was going, but it was like her car was on autopilot. She ended up at Sara's old house. She wondered if the balloons were still inside, the ones meant to help her remember the past. Jack had been right when he said it was odd that she remembered being a flower girl in a wedding, but didn't remember her father being taken away to prison. She didn't want to park where someone could see her car, so she drove to the back. She wasn't surprised to see Sara's Mini. It looked like her father was also trying to escape the past. Randall wasn't in sight, but she had an idea where he was. When Sara was growing up, the Wyatts lived next door. Jack's grandfather, Cal, and Sara had been best friends and eventually lovers. There was a place between the two houses where they met. Kate walked down the old path. Cal, whose father had an auto repair shop, had laid the way with flattened hubcaps. Now they were nearly hidden beneath Florida's abundant growth, but they were still there. Between the houses was a level place with remnants of a concrete floor. To the side she saw her father, shirt sleeves rolled up, and digging with a shiny shovel. It was an amusing sight. As always, Randall was exquisitely dressed. It wasn't what a ditch digger wore. She sat down on what was left of a rusty bench. Randall didn't look up.
"How did you get away?"
"Walked out." He nodded.
Medlars aren't ones for confrontation if it can be avoided.
Aunt Sarah's sarcasm can kill most arguments. Randall smiled.
"That it can. But today was too much for all of us. Jack sounded just like his father."
"He said some things that I didn't like hearing."
"I know. He made all of us think."
They were silent for a moment, then Kate said, "Is that Aunt Sarah's shovel? The expensive one she ordered from England?" Smiling, he looked at her.
"It is. Will you turn me in?"
She looked around at the palm trees and the undergrowth. "Are you digging up the jewels you and Walter and the sheriff and Jack's dad stole?" Randall laughed.
"I wish I were. When I was a child, I buried 4 boxes full of loot."
The shovel hit metal.
"Here's the first one."
He pulled a clean white handkerchief out of his pocket, bent, and tugged a metal box from the earth.
"Shall we look inside?"
"I'd love to." There was an old step to the side, and they sat on it, the box between them. "I guess I'm to pry it open, dirt and all." She picked up the box and began working at the lid. "I certainly didn't inherit your fastidiousness."
"Your mother loves to garden,"
he said softly. Kate halted. "Does she? I never saw her plant anything. The uncles have huge gardens, but the top came loose. We should have a drum roll." She lifted the rusty lid. Inside was a nest of cheap old jewelry. Necklaces of plastic beads, earrings with the gold paint flaked off, bracelets with colored glass stones. It was a sad little hoard, full of things a child would think were pretty, maybe even valuable, but they weren't. They were just sparkly trash. She set the box down between them and looked at the plants moving in the breeze. "Why?" she asked. "What made you steal things?"
"I could say poverty. That's the usual poor little me answer. It gets lots of sympathy from rich do-gooders, but it was deeper than that. I think it had to do with my mother. And Sara."
Kate turned fierce eyes to him. "You are not going to blame her." Randall smiled.
"The Medlar bond is alive and well. No, that's not what I meant. It was the war between Sara and our mother."
Kate pulled her legs up, put her arms around them, and rested her chin on her knees. Tell me.
I guess you've realized that Sara isn't like other people. She was always smart and quick-witted, never at a loss for a fast comeback. It was like being with Dorothy Parker, but Sara's flaw has always been that she can't bear boring or stupid people. If my sister met a serial killer, she'd be fascinated and would ask him a lot of questions.
Not like her mother, Kate said.
Far from it. Mother was socially awkward, not smart or creative, and always complaining.
Just like... Kate cut herself off, but they both knew what she had almost said. Just like my mother.
Anyway, Randall said, Sara just plain wasn't interested in our mother.
Then you came along. Randall gave a chuckle.
I've always been able to quickly assess a situation. From a very young age, I knew that being nice to Mother got me anything. By the 3rd grade, I was experimenting. Was there anything I could do that would make my mother not defend me? No, I never found a single thing.
And she blamed Sara for everything.
Randall nodded. Yes, she did. Whatever wrong thing I did, Mother said it was because of Sara. He paused for a moment. Sara never realized it, but I adored her. I envied her so much. She never gave in to baser urges, never forgot who she was. And she and Cal had each other. I used to fantasize about finding someone like that.
What about your father?
Randall gave a snort of derision. He was terrified of his wife. Today they would have divorced, but back then, no. He escaped with hobbies and reading crime novels. He couldn't handle the war between Sara and Mother.
Did Aunt Sara and your mother ever reconcile? Even a bit?
Randall shook his head. Sara tried once. It was just before she left for college, left us forever. Something had happened between her and Cal. It had to do with Walter Kirkwood, but I'm not sure what. Sara was... well, I've never seen her so low.
What happened?
She told Mother that she was in pain and needed a friend. Mother... Randall took a breath. I shouldn't have heard this, and I wish I hadn't. Mother told Sara that she'd always been a terrible child and no parent could have stood her. She said Sara had hurt her every day since her birth. Mother concluded by saying that she had only one child. If that wasn't enough, years later at the trial, Mother told Sara that her jealousy had put me in prison.
That's not true, Kate said. None of it.
Of course it's not. She looked at him.
Who did send you to prison?
Randall took a moment before answering. I think it was Ava's brothers.
Kate was surprised. How? Why?
Jack seems to be coming to the same conclusion. Control over me and thereby over Sara's whelp. It's all connected. If they got rid of me, I'm sure they thought they'd be able to control Sara.
Like they rule Mother?
Yes, like that. They really are an evil bunch.
Kate looked at her father, her feelings showing in her eyes. What would her life have been like if he'd always been there? She wouldn't have had to deal with her mother's debilitating depressions by herself. For sure, they wouldn't have lived near the uncles. Aunt Sara would have always been in her life. Randall put his arm out, and she went to him, placing her head on his shoulder.
I'm so sorry, he said. I'm just now hearing what you had to go through while I was away. Sara told me about Ava's depression. You were left to take care of yourself. And I know why you couldn't ask for help.
The authorities would have given custody of me to the uncles.
Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't there. Sorry for all of it.
She heard the tears in his voice, and for a while they sat there, holding on to each other. Randall broke the spell as he became alert. He released her. What is it?
Nothing. I thought I heard someone. Prison makes a person vigilant and paranoid. He looked at her. We left your two young men alone. Do you think they've killed each other yet?
I can only hope so, Kate said.
Which one of them are you planning to choose?
Aunt Sara and I are going to run away to Scotland and have mad love affairs with men who wear kilts.
I'll go with you and be the laird of a castle. I think a kilt would suit me.
She stood up. I better go back. I'm going to have to face Mother. She gave him a pointed look. Randall sighed.
Yes, I must find her and talk to her.
She nodded at the box. Do we take it or rebury it? He picked it up with his handkerchief.
I think I'll wash all of it, then have everything appraised. Who knows? Maybe I accidentally borrowed something valuable.
Kate narrowed her eyes. If you did, we'll find the true owner and return it.
Oh, yes, of course we will.
His tone was so insincere that she laughed. Come on, Mr. Cat Burglar. Let's go stand up to the wrath of Ava. She was parodying Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. It was funny, but comparing Ava to the Overlord Khan was so real that they both groaned. Against her father's protest, Kate put the box of jewelry in her car. Chapter 23. Just as Kate was about to get into her car, her phone dinged. It was a text from Sara. Sent the boys to the gym to fight it out. Ava is here. Please save me. She added emojis of praying hands and a crying face. Kate started to tell her father, but thought better of it. He might run away and hide. To be sure he went home, she followed close behind him. She didn't even allow him to park at the end of the drive by the guest house. Too easy to escape.
Ava's here, isn't she?
Randall asked as he got to the front door.
She's waiting for us.
Kate's silence was the reply.
My darling daughter, whatever happens, know that I love you. Always have and always will.
Before she could say anything, Randall went inside the house, with Kate close behind him. Sara and Ava were sitting across from each other, and Ava was doing all the talking. None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for you. You could have prevented it, but you kept on and on. You would not stop. Sara's face was like a stone mask. If she was hearing her sister-in-law, she gave no sign of it. Stop. Randall's voice was quiet, but held authority. He sat down beside Sara, and Kate sat on the other side of her. I'm alone, Ava said, by myself. She stood up. I don't have to take this. I'm leaving. This time, Randall didn't speak. He made a gesture for her to sit, and she obeyed. Mother, Kate said, why did the man who owned the Bentley visit you in jail? Ava crossed her thin arms across her chest. I have no idea what you mean, and I don't like your attitude. You have changed. Did she teach you to talk to me like this, with no respect? Randall leaned forward.
Did your brothers ask you to talk to Walter?
Taylor's husband? Ava asked. She's as bad as your sister. Mother, please, Kate said. We'd like you to answer our questions. There are some things we don't understand. Remember the pink and purple balloons? You cut 2 of them for me? Ava smiled. Imagine you remembering that. I've always done everything for you. It was just us for so many years. She glared at Sara. Until you came back into our lives. For a second, Kate closed her eyes. Why were you there? When Ava said nothing, Sara spoke. Why did you tell Walter that Randall and Taylor were having an affair? Ava sneered at her. I had to get rid of all of them. She was there. She was going to take what was mine. Sara pieced that together. All of them. Was the Kirkwood family. You mean Charlene was in Lachlan and Randall would leave you for her? Ava didn't answer. My father didn't know Charlene was here, Kate said. Ava snorted. He would have found her. He always did. She glared at Randall. I only did what I had to. Randall had been quiet, but said, What does the Bentley man know about you? Lies, all lies, Ava said. He has no proof. I told him that. Edison said... She closed her mouth.
Edison said what? Randall asked.
Nothing. Ava looked at her daughter. Did you see Noah? Isn't he handsome? Jed always said he would be. Now that his mother is gone, you can have him. She was always too possessive. I told Noah that if he played his cards right, you and he would be together. You two could...
Ava! Randall snapped. What do you have to do with the Bentley man and Captain Edison?
And Walter Kirkwood, Sara added. Why were you watching the man next door to the balloons? Ava's body tightened. I'm not going to do this. She stood up. I did what I had to. What I was forced to do. She looked at Kate. You don't understand how serious it all was. My husband, your father, was going to leave us for her, for that baby stealer. No, Kate said. I told you, Dad didn't know Charlene was here. Kate's temper was rising. She stood up, face to face with her mother. Something she'd never before had the courage to do. Dad had a job, and he was taking care of us. You were doing nothing but riding around in a borrowed Mercedes and stealing balloons. Nothing, Ava shouted. Is that the appreciation I get? I fixed our lives. Do you think he would have taken you with him when he left with her? I arranged it all. Walter took that harlot away. Then I had your father removed from all temptation by putting him safely away. And I got your rich aunt to pay for everything. Why am I not appreciated, thanked, for what I did? I saved everyone. There was silence in the room. The air felt heavy and thick. It was the quiet that comes before a storm that will devastate the country. Kate sat down hard on the couch, her eyes never leaving her mother's. Sara and Randall stared, their minds trying to understand what they'd just heard. You, Kate whispered. It was you who sent my father to prison. Is that what you call keeping him from temptation? Putting him away? Ava looked at her husband, her face defiant. There was no other way. And it all worked out. You weren't unhappy in that place. You made lots of friends, and I helped by bringing you all those cookies. Now we just need to be a family again, away from her. Randall's handsome face showed no emotion. He was utterly calm as he stood up, straightened the crease in his trousers, then looked at his wife.
Of course, I would have taken Kate with me, since Charlene gave birth to her.
Ava looked like she'd been hit. She nearly choked as she said, You promised you would never tell. Randall said nothing, just went to the front door and walked out. Chapter 24. Jack was nearly knocked over by Randall as he hurried out of Sara's house.
Did something happen?
He asked, but Randall kept his head down and didn't answer. Noah had to step aside to let Randall pass.
Hello, Mr. Medlar. Are you all right?
Randall went past the two men, got into Sara's car, and sped away. By the time he reached the road, he was doing at least 90.
Do you think someone was hurt?
Noah asked. He and Jack had done some male bonding over the weights. Noah was better at the bench press, and a squat rack was his second home. While Noah was a feet-in-place lifter, Jack was more versatile. He kept boxing gear in his truck and suggested using it. Noah instantly learned that if he didn't want to get hit by Jack's big black gloves, he had to move quickly. After a couple of hours of pounding and grunting, they weren't friends, but they were less enemies. During the entire time, they hadn't spoken one word about their rivalry. As soon as the men entered the house, they heard a woman's loud, frantic voice. You do understand, don't you, Kate? I had to do what I did. There was no other choice.
Aunt Ava sounds upset, Noah said.
Sara and Kate were sitting close together, holding hands like first graders. Standing in front of them, bent and hovering, was Ava, and she was talking loud and fast.
He was always getting into trouble with the law. You don't know this, but your father stole things. He robbed people's houses. He was with old Mrs. Myers just so he could steal from her. But I knew Captain Edison was after him. The sheriff was going to shoot him. Is that what you wanted, Kate? For your father to be killed? I kept him alive. Handcuffs were better than bullets. Why does no one see that? Why is no one thanking me? Why? When Sara saw the man, she looked at Noah. Very calmly, she said, "Take her away, or I will kill her." Noah hesitated, but Jack reacted. "Get her out of here." Noah went to Ava and gently started to lead her away, but she pushed at his hands. "I can't go. I have to make Kate see the truth. Our life was good, wasn't it? We had everything. Love and happiness were ours. You had a big, happy family with uncles and cousins and a mother who loves you. We all love you." She reached out to Kate, who twisted out of reach. "I gave up my husband for you," Ava pleaded. "The man I love. What mother makes a sacrifice like that for anyone? I did it just for you. Everything was for you." Sara looked at Jack. He put his hands on Ava's narrow shoulders and turned her toward Noah. "Take her out, now." "Come on, Aunt Ava," Noah said. "Let's go get something to eat." She tried to get out of his grasp, but he held on and led her to the door. "No, this is important. I don't think Kate understands. She's been brainwashed by all of them. She can't think clearly. I have to explain until she understands that I'm the good person. I have to—" Noah closed the door behind them. Jack was looking down at Kate. She was staring straight ahead but didn't seem to be seeing anything. Kneeling, he held out his arms to her. It took her a moment, but she slid into them. He carried her into her bedroom and put her on the bed. As he pulled the sheet over her, he saw Sara in the doorway. "What caused this?" he asked softly. Sara let out her breath. "Ava put Randall in prison, and Charlene is Kate's biological mother." Jack had no words. "Stay with her. I'm going to find my brother." Sara held out her hand, and Jack put his truck keys in it. After Sara left, Jack went back to Kate. As he'd done before, he held her in his arms, their bodies separated only by the bed linens. "When you're ready to talk, I'm here," he said. "I won't leave you, ever." Kate said nothing. Between a couple of hours at the gym and the comfort of holding Kate, Jack fell asleep. He awoke when the front door slammed shut. His first sense was panic. Kate was nowhere to be seen. His mind flooded with possibilities of what the trauma she'd just experienced would make her do. Seek out Ava? Have it out with her? It had always bothered him that Kate was so ruled by the little woman. That it had all been a lie might push Kate over the edge. The double doors to the bedroom were thrown open by Sara. "Where is she?" "I'm here." Kate came out of her bathroom. Her hair was in a ponytail, and she had on black leggings and a red tunic. It was her at-home clothes. "How's Dad?" "I dumped him on Daryl. They can cry together. Oh, the unfairness of the world." The women were staring at each other. Jack thought they looked so much alike that they were almost the same person. "What am I missing?" "Guilt," the women said in unison. Jack got off the bed. "As I was told today, I'm just a clueless male, so please explain things to me." "Kate and I no longer have to carry around a back-breaking amount of guilt. My testimony did not put my brother in prison. The uncles," Kate said. "I never have to deal with them again." "You know," Jack said, "you only feel guilt if you accept it." Both women turned identical looks of such ferocity on him that he put up his hands in protection. "Sorry," he whispered. "Oh, Dad said Your mother loves to garden. He meant Charlene. Kate looked at her aunt. Has she been told? Before Sara could answer, Jack crooked both his arms, the women took them, and he led them to the kitchen. When they were seated on the stools, he began preparing a drink he hated but they loved, matcha lattes. He dissolved the dark green tea in hot water. Randall called Taylor, Sara said. Of course she and Leland know where Charlene is. Never doubted it. Oh no, Dad won't think that now he and Charlene can, get together. Absolutely not, Sara said. In fact, she paused to give drama to her story. I called Stephen, my dear travel agent, and I booked Randall on a 4-month-long cruise. Smiling, Kate nodded. Good idea. Brilliant, really. Let him see the world.
And get him away from Charlene, Jack mumbled, as he heated a pot of almond milk.
Charlene's boys, Kate said. They're my half-brothers. And my grandchildren, Sara said.
Jack frowned. Since their father is Leland and not your brother, I don't think they're related to... The women gave him hard looks. I'm sure they'd love to have more grandmothers. He put the frother in the milk, then poured it all together, filled 2 tall mugs, and set them before the women. The DNA on the dead guy. Since it was from your mother, we assumed it was Ava's.
There's still an unknown person's DNA on the dead man, Sara said.
Jack nodded. Actually, there are still several unsolved mysteries. Did Randall say anything about the, handover? When Kate was a baby?
Sara looked at her niece. He'll tell you more later, but I got the basics of the story from him. Taylor's mother showed up at Randall's door with a newborn baby girl. She threatened him with imprisonment if he didn't take his daughter, and leave Lachlan immediately, and keep his mouth shut forever. She said he had 24 hours to come up with names of parents and a name for the kid to be put on the birth certificate. It was a private clinic, and they were paid to overlook indiscretions. Kate sipped her hot drink and nodded. And Ava, was close by. I've always had the idea that when they lived in Lachlan, she stalked him. That's the gossip I heard, Sara said. She and her brothers were here for some conference. She saw Randall and went after him.
Like a groupie after a rock star, Jack said. When the women looked at him, he shrugged. That's what Randall told me.
Need and supply, Kate said. Dad had no idea what to do with an infant, and Mother had grown up surrounded by babies. Sara continued. Ava wouldn't agree to help or keep the secret unless he legally married her. Randall didn't elaborate, but I think that since he'd told her the truth, Ava hinted that she might tell the secret. That could have caused him to lose custody of you. Kate and Jack nodded at that. It sounded like Ava. Anyway, Sara said, Ava's name was put on the birth certificate as the mother. They immediately left for Chicago and were married in Tennessee. And Charlene was left behind, believing that her child was stillborn, Kate said. Taylor was shouting on the phone about that. Her mother let Charlene hold Yeah, Kate said, her stillborn son. Only the child wasn't hers. The women sipped their drinks in silence.
So now what?
Jack asked. He was leaning on the counter. I don't ever have to go back to Chicago, Kate said. Sara sighed. All these years we could have been together. If I'd known, I would have fought for custody of you. I would have... She put down her drink. I'm still having trouble comprehending all of it. Ava sent Randall to prison.
How did she do it? Jack asked.
Randall figured out what she did. He said it was like a game of dominoes. Sara was shaking her head in disbelief. Ava used bits from everyone to make it all happen. Daryl told Walter about the Bentley guy. Meanwhile, Ava was lying to Walter, trying to get him to take Charlene away. When Walter told her about Bentley being investigated, she looked into it. Mother watched the Bentley guy, so she knew exactly what was going on. Yes, Sara said, but then Ava was experienced at stalking. All she had to do was make it look like Randall was involved. She called him and offered him a job. It was all quite clever of her. They took a moment to think about the depth of Ava's manipulations and lies. She'd played everyone against each other, used their anger and feelings of injustice to get what she wanted. Her husband was put far away from temptation.
I bet she told Walter that Randall still had lots of jewels hidden away,
Jack said. Probably, Sara said. The worst thing is that I don't think Ava can be prosecuted for what she did. Other than gossiping lies, all she did was make a call to Randall. She falsely offered him a job. Then she made all the evidence of that offer disappear. Randall had no proof of innocence. Sheriff Edison did the rest.
They're dead, Jack said. Edison, Walter. I don't think the Bentley guy is going to stand up and do the honorable thing of telling the truth.
Certainly not, Sara said. Darryl found out that the house where Bentley met you two belonged to his late mother-in-law. Bet it'll be put up for sale now, Kate said. Sara and Jack looked at her. Just saying. I still have to earn a living. Kate got off her stool. This changes everything. My entire life changed in just minutes. Sara was looking at her niece. What will you do about her? They knew she meant Ava. I don't know. I guess I should be angry.
Anger eats at you, Jack said. It destroys everything inside and around you. You begin to see the world through a fog of pure hatred.
He spoke from experience. Kate sat down on the arm of the big sofa in the family room. I want to think that Mother meant well.
She seems to believe that you had a good childhood,
Jack said softly. They were thinking of what Kate had been through. Her mother's depressions when she left everything to her young daughter. Years of trying to elude the uncles and their self-righteousness. There'd been a lifetime of lies to Kate about her father. It wasn't easy to fully comprehend that her mother's jealousy had not only taken him away, but had imprisoned him. If I started to hate, Kate said, I'd never be able to stop. I want to go forward, not backward. Sara looked serious. Whatever happened in the past, it's made you into a kind, caring, smart, creative person. Maybe we should thank Ava. That was so ridiculous that they burst into laughter. Chapter 25. Lenny's head hurt, and he could barely move parts of his body. The doctors said he'd recover, but Lenny knew his career was over. There'd be no more climbing up the side of a barn and propelling himself into a loft. The doctor said it was a miracle he was alive. All Lenny knew for sure was that he very much wanted to continue living. It was early morning, but Everett was already there. He had 3 tall paper cups full of hot chocolate and a big bag of pastries.
I didn't buy any of that keto stuff Sara likes, he was saying. She may tell herself that it's the same as real food, but it's not. I can hardly bring myself to eat it. So, how are you feeling today?
Even when Lenny could talk, he'd never been one to socialize. As a kid, he'd stayed away from people. He was content to live with his father in the old hunting cabin, going for days without saying a word. Today they would be called survivalists, but back then they were just people who wanted to be left alone. Lenny blinked once to let Everett know he was all right.
So, where was I?
Everett began, his mouth full.
I think I should recap, because I have a lot to tell you. Ava, that woman.
Everett gave a little shudder.
I never told you about when I met her, did I?
But of course he had.
She sicked her odious brothers on me. I was just asking about her husband. You'd think she'd want to tell me everything. Maybe I could help get him out of prison, but no. She threatened my life, my life.
Lenny, floating in and out of hearing and understanding, did his best to smile. He wanted to do all he could to encourage Everett to stay with him. His presence was keeping Lenny from being killed by whoever shot him, then later tried to smother him. Lenny tried to nod at Everett's retelling of Ava's relatives as he watched everyone. Lenny knew that something had made someone want to kill him, but he didn't know what it was. He assumed it was from this job. The others were clean. So what happened this time? Was it about the guy who fell out of the barn window? Or did Lenny see someone, hear something? He blacked out for a moment and came back to Everett's voice.
So you can imagine my shock when I heard all that. No wonder Ava wouldn't tell me about Randall.
Everett had moved his chair closer to Lenny's bed, which meant that he was telling him something he didn't want the hospital staff to hear. Whatever anyone thought of Everett, Lenny knew the man was the best snoop in the world. The CIA should use him, Scotland Yard, Interpol. But whatever he spoke of, if it had anything to do with the Medlars, the foundation of the story was about jewels, jewels on top of jewels. He realized that Everett was still talking. Lenny blinked rapidly. His eyelids were the only thing he could fully control.
"Oh,"
Everett said.
"You didn't hear?"
They had a code, twice for no, once for yes, rapid for heard nothing, please repeat. Everett looked around to assure himself that no one was near. He lowered his voice.
"Ava isn't Kate's biological mother. Charlene is. Charlene had her when she was a teenager."
Lenny's eyes opened wider. Charlene was the woman he'd been hired to watch. She was the one the guy with the rifle was watching. Was seeing this what got him shot?
And Everett paused dramatically. He did so love a good drama. Ava was the one who sent Randall to prison.
This time Lenny's blinks were in genuine surprise. How was all of this related? How did this go from some kid born over 20 years ago to Lenny sitting in a car and being shot? Everett was talking again, only this time it was about himself and how he planned to put everything in a book, or several of them, and make millions.
"Arthur wants us to wait until Sara figures out who is killing people this time. Then she'll plot our next book for us. Of course, I admire her greatly. We're practically besties. But I want to write about you. All about what you've done and seen, and any, crimes. It would be anonymous, of course, just our secret. But Arthur is balking. He says Sara plotted our first book and she can do the second one."
Everett took his last eclair out of the bag.
"I want to hear about you."
His fantasy of being told of Lenny's life was a twice-daily plea. The first time Lenny woke and heard the plan, he'd tried to get out of the bed and run away. When his body wouldn't move, he had to face the reality that was now his life. In the days since he was shot, and since surviving a second murder attempt, Lenny had changed. He realized he'd never considered retirement. But then he'd never imagined living to the age he was now. Never thought he'd live long enough to be called old man. Long enough that kids wanted to say they took out a legend. But here he was, in a hospital, head bandaged, arms full of tubes, and he very much wanted to live. The life Everett told him about, of living with grumpy old Arthur in his wheelchair, and telling Everett about his business, was beginning to appeal to him. Of course, the truth was boring. Sitting in cheap motels and waiting was most of it. But he'd heard some stories. He'd just tell them all to Everett and say he'd done everything himself. Lenny drifted off to sleep, and when he woke, there were other people in the room. When he fluttered his eyes, Everett recognized the fear and told them to go away. Lenny had never had anyone mother him, and he was beginning to like it. He had no idea what happened to his own mother. He'd asked his father about her once, but he'd received no answer. He didn't ask again. At 16, Lenny left the cabin. What education he had was self-taught. It hadn't taken long to find out that his lack of government-recorded identity and his ability to handle any firearm were valuable assets. It was in the late afternoon that Lenny saw someone he recognized. But no, the voice was wrong. So was the body. It was the eyes that he remembered. Lenny's emotion, his fear, made the machine he was hooked up to begin to beep loudly, and nurses came quickly. When the doctor got there, he told Everett to leave, but Lenny squeezed the man's hand. One thing about drama queens is that they can be turned on like high-powered floodlights. Everett's loud, flamboyant hysterics were like a stadium at night. He reminded the medical people that an unknown person had tried to kill Lenny. If it happened again, did they want to be responsible? The word malpractice flooded the room. They let him stay. "Don't worry," Everett said loudly to Lenny so everyone could hear. "I won't leave you." A cot was put in the room. For the first time since he'd been shot, Lenny slept in peace. "How are you?" Sara asked Kate the next morning. They'd had hours to let yesterday's news sink in. The initial euphoria of escaping guilt was buried under the question of, now what do we do? There were still problems to be solved, and Ava was at the top of the list. "Surprisingly well," Kate answered. Jack was in his uniform and sitting on a stool at the kitchen island. "I think you should stay with me today. I'll be at the office. You can read or watch videos, something." "I'm fine, really," she assured them. Jack began, but stopped at a look from Sara. Ava, wants to see me." "I'll be ready in minutes," Sara said. No." Kate lowered her voice. "I need to do this on my own." "You won't let her talk you into leaving, will you?" Jack asked. "Far from it." She looked at Sara. "I heard your phone ringing last night. Any news?" "Taylor called me." Jack and Kate raised their eyebrows. Those two weren't friends. Sara ignored their looks. "She's angry. Leland told Charlene." "And?" Kate asked. "Charlene collapsed. I got a text a few minutes ago, and Charlene has been crying for hours." "Don't tell Randall," Jack said. "I have no intention of telling my brother anything about Charlene," Sara said. "Daryl texted me that Randall is with him, and they've had visitors. I think everyone knows Daryl is still in town." "Good," Jack said. "I can get out of this thing." He motioned to his uniform. "Daryl won't let you," Sara said. "Not until this crime has been solved." "Randall being sent to prison for a crime he didn't commit isn't enough?" The Wyatt temper was rising. "What was done to Charlene wasn't enough? If Taylor's mother was alive, I'd arrest her. Slam her into a cell and leave her there to rot." "And what would you charge her with?" Sara asked. "Ruining lives isn't a crime." "Should be," Kate said softly. They turned to her. She put up her hands. "My life was not ruined. Look at me. I'm happy. She glared at them. "If anyone feels sorry for me, I'll start screaming. Got it?" They nodded. "So now I'm going to see the person who caused all this." "We," Sara said. Jack said. "No, absolutely not." Kate calmed herself. "Jack, go see Gil and tell him what's going on. All of it." "Sure you want more people to know?" he asked. Sara grimaced. "By now, probably everyone at Bessie's is talking about it. I wouldn't be surprised if they're planning a baby shower for Charlene. They can shoot pink glitter out of a cannon." "And use real gunpowder and kill someone," Jack said gloomily. Kate almost laughed. "Think they make onesies to fit me?" Jack and Sara didn't smile. Kate looked at her watch. I have to go. I'm meeting Mother. She took a breath. This is hard. What do I call her? Anyway, I'll be at the old Medlar house. Right, Sara said. Meant to evoke memories. To remind you of the poverty you got away from by growing up near glamorous Chicago. I assume so, Kate said. Whatever the reason, I'm to meet her there. They followed Kate to the door, and she picked up her bag. Sara and Jack acted like she was leaving for a long trip. Sara kissed her cheek, and for a moment Jack held her so tightly she could hardly breathe. Kate didn't protest. Minutes later, she was at the old house, and Ava was standing at the back, waiting for her. Someone has been digging here, Ava said as a greeting. Her eyes had a feral look, like an animal trying to get out of a trap. Dad was looking for boxes that he buried when he was a child. Kate remembered that one of them was still on the floor of her car. Will you listen to me? Ava asked. Of course. Kate sat down on the old bench. Everything will be fine. It'll all work out, Ava said with exaggerated patience. You'll marry Noah, and you two will buy a house. I'll live with you and help with everything so you can keep your job. It's unfair that the regular money will stop, but Walter always said that Randall has millions. People don't know this, but Walter was a very angry man, and he blamed Randall for everything bad in his life. I protected my husband from him. By putting him in prison? Well, yes, actually. He was safe there. And he had the cookies I baked, so that made everything okay. How you twist things around, Ava said angrily. Kate was calm. It's not going to be like that. I'm not going to marry Noah. And I am definitely not going to move back to Chicago. I'm never going to put myself back under the rule of the uncles. But what about me? Ava's voice was rising. I'm to be left alone? Kate took a deep breath. Nor am I ever again going to subject myself to your tantrums. Tantrums, Ava said, in anger. They are depressions. They're medical. I need help. Yes, I think you do need help. But I'm not a therapist or a doctor. I don't know how to take care of you. I release myself from that responsibility. What does that mean? Ava snapped. After our whole lifetime together, you're going to abandon me? Is that what I get after all we've been to each other? Yes, Kate said. I need to stand on my own 2 feet. And so do you. She did this, didn't she? My sister-in-law, that evil witch, has poisoned you against me, changed you, her money. Kate was less calm. That's the last one. There'll be no more of your tirades. Do you understand me? Aunt Sara has been nothing but kind to me, while you have... She couldn't say what she wanted to for fear her anger would consume her. Spontaneous combustion. Ava sat down on the old step. Her body seemed to fall into a puddle. The hotel said my card has been canceled and I have to leave. I'll have to stay with you. At her house. How I'll hate that. No, Kate said, you can't stay with us. You're not nice to Aunt Sara. Randall will have to take care of me. I truly doubt that Dad will take you in. Ava stood up. Well, what am I supposed to do? Where do I stay? I haven't a clue. I'm sure your brothers will support you. Ava's eyes widened in fear as she whispered, No, you don't understand. I have to contribute. It's always been that way. You will have to... Kate wasn't sympathetic. Get a job and rent an apartment would be my suggestion. Like the rest of us have to do. She spun around on her heel and went back to her car, got in, and slammed the door. She went to start the engine, but she was shaking too much. She put her hands on the steering wheel, her head down. When she'd been told that Ava wasn't her biological mother, her first thought had been of getting away from the uncles. No more pressure to do, be, say, whatever they demanded. Second was realizing that she no longer had to deal with her mother's depressions. No more of those fits where Kate had to take care of her mother as well as herself. At 6 years old,
Kate had had to feed herself, had to... She leaned back in the seat. "Therein lies madness," she whispered. She mustn't allow herself to dwell on the past. She refused to be one of those people who excused their bad behavior due to a rotten childhood. If my mother had loved me more, I wouldn't have murdered 20 people, or whatever. The question was what to do now. Did she really plan to turn her back on the woman who'd always been her mother? Was she now supposed to call Charlene Mom? Charlene was her friend, only 16 years older, and Kate had always considered her a contemporary. Kate closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, she noticed the dirty metal box on the floor. Maybe she should blame her father. It was his thievery and his passion for a teenager that had caused all the problems. But then, maybe it was her paternal grandmother who'd loved her son but not her daughter. Or was it Sarah's wimpy father who was the problem? On the other hand, if Sara had loved her mother, maybe everything would have been different. And what about Charlene's mother? She had put someone's stillborn baby into Charlene's arms, then handed baby Kate over to Randall, all done in secret. Or maybe... Kate stopped trying to figure out who to blame and looked out the window, expecting to see her mother. Ava wasn't a person who gave up. If she wanted something, she figured out how to get it, consequences be damned. Which is why she'd felt justified in sending her husband to prison. But she wasn't there. So where was she? Why wasn't she telling Kate that she had to take care of her true mother, heaping guilt onto Kate without conscience? As Kate looked about the overgrown area, she wondered how her mother got there. There was no other car. Knowing Ava, she probably got someone to drop her at the house and said, "My daughter will give me a ride back." Ava always believed Kate would take care of her. Even to baking cookies for a dad I didn't know I had, she muttered. Had Ava collapsed in one of her fits of depression? Was she lying on the damp ground and waiting for Kate to rescue her? Were iguanas crawling across her? Kate put her hand out to start the car, but she didn't do it. "Damn, damn, damn," she said. So much for vows of leaving Ava on her own. Thinking how Sara and Jack were going to be disappointed in her, Kate got out of the car. It was very quiet, just the sound of Florida birds. She started to call out, but was stymied by what to say. Mother? Ava? Annoyed, she pushed her way past the crumbling concrete pad, past the shallow hole her father had dug to get the box. Wonder if he returned Aunt Sarah's shovel. There was no sign of Ava, but maybe she'd left on the far side of the house. That wasn't right. Ava loved great emotion and having people pay attention to her. When Kate was a child, if too much attention was given to Kate's good grades, her likability, or even to her red hair, Ava would do something to put the attention back on herself. Kate saw Aunt Sarah's stainless steel shovel on the ground and covered in dirt. That wasn't the way her father would use it, and he certainly wouldn't leave it like that. When Kate picked it up, she saw that someone had dug 6 small holes. Since her father had been busy dealing with life crises, she didn't think it was him. Kate gritted her teeth. She had no doubt that someone was looking for Randall's loot boxes. Who? Were her uncles here? One of her father's jail friends? What about the Bentley guy? He sure seemed to know a lot about what was going on. Kate was wiping dirt off her hands, holding the shovel at arm's length, when she saw the edge of another hole. When she took a step forward, she saw that it was the size of a grave. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, and pushed aside short, thick areca palms to get closer. Lying in the hole was Ava, and she seemed to be passed out cold. Beside her was the Bentley man, and he looked to be dead. The hole was several feet deep, and Kate jumped down into it. "Mother!" she said loudly. Ava opened her eyes in a dreamy way. "Oh, Kate," she said happily. "I knew you'd wait for me. Everything will be all right. I told you it would be. Where's Randall?" Kate bent forward to put her hand on the neck of the man that Ava was lying beside. His skin was cold. "Ah, hugs," Ava said, seeming to think that's why Kate had leaned down so near her. "I knew you'd come to understand." Kate was doing her best to remain calm. "Get up carefully and don't disturb anything. You have to get out of this hole." Ava groaned. "Not again. You're back to that cold attitude. As your mother, your real mother, I demand that you—" "Up!" Kate shouted. "Do not speak to me in that way. I am your—" Ava turned her head. She was face to face with a corpse. She opened her mouth wide. "Don't you dare scream," Kate ordered. "I have enough to deal with without your hysterics. Get out of this hole and go sit down somewhere and wait. Do not leave this place. Got it?" Ava nodded. Her thin body was easy to maneuver. She put her foot on a tree root and catapulted herself up and over. Turning, she looked down at Kate. "I thought I was dreaming. After you were so cruel to me, I just wanted to disappear to never live again. Death was preferable to what I was facing, so I—" "Stop," Kate said, in the same tone her father had used. She took her phone out of her pocket. "I don't have time for this now. Go sit down and wait. The sheriff will be here soon, and he'll want to talk to you." Ava looked shocked. "Did you forget what they put me through? I think I better go. So help me, if you leave here now, I'll not find a bed for you tonight. You'll sleep in the open, and you'll probably be eaten by alligators. Do I make myself clear?" Ava gave her a hard look. "You didn't used to be like this. Your aunt has made you just like she is. At Kate's glare, Ava left the site. Kate called Jack first. "I'm at the Medlar house, and the Bentley man is here. He's dead." She heard Jack's gasp. "Text Sara. Tell her to bring her camera," he said, then hung up. She knew he would call Darryl, who would tell Randall. Soon, it will be a Medlar family reunion, Kate thought. Again. Sara arrived first. Last night, Jack had seen to it that her car was returned, so she'd sped through Lachlan at full speed. At the Medlar house, she made her way through the thick growth. Ava was sitting on the old bench, the one Sara had often shared with Cal. Ava jumped to her feet. "You have to talk to her. You have to make her understand that it was all for the good of everyone. Kate must—" Sara ignored her sister-in-law as she pushed through the thicket to find Kate standing at the side of a big hole. Sara barely glanced at the body as she set her heavy bag down and began taking photos. "How are you doing?" Sara moved her head in Ava's direction. "Okay. I'm holding out against a return to Chicago. But I said I'd find her a place to stay. I can come up with a suitable motel." Sara's tone sent visions of rats and cockroaches. Kate smiled. "How's Dad?" Darryl said that last night he was catatonic, wouldn't speak, just drank beer and watched TV. "Poor guy," Kate said. "She has a lot to be held accountable for." "Understatement," Sara muttered. "Ava—" She stopped when they heard Darryl's voice on the other side of the foliage. "Evie is still having the time of her life," Darryl was saying. "She's booked more cruises. She said that if she signs up while on board, she gets a big discount. I'm not sure she booked me to go with her." Randall said, "Sara is sending me around the world. You could share a cabin with me and we'll split the cost. But Evie will miss me. Are you sure?" Sara and Kate looked at each other. Randall sounded far from catatonic. He certainly didn't seem to be brooding over the life-altering injustice that had been done to him. The two men were talking about the future, not the past. No one seemed to be the least interested in yet another murder. Sara and Kate, still looking at each other, were waiting to see what happened when the two men reached the clearing and saw Ava. "Randall!" Ava sounded greatly relieved to see him, like now all her problems would be solved. The women couldn't see what was happening, but they heard no response from Randall. He stepped through the jungle-like growth. Behind him they could hear the soft rumble of Darryl's voice as he talked to Ava.
"Good morning," Randall said cheerfully. "My two beautiful ladies. And what have you found today?"
He looked around the site at the little excavations, but not down into the big hole.
"There certainly seems to have been an industrious lot of digging. Sara, I apologize for the state of your shovel. I should have returned it."
Sara narrowed her eyes at him. "Cut out the charming bandit act. What do you know about this?" Randall stepped forward and only briefly glanced into the hole.
"The man who helped send me away to prison is now dead. Such a shame."
Obviously, he wasn't the least bit sad. "You didn't?" Kate asked. Randall looked at her.
"I just steal and lie, remember? No murder."
"Where's Jack?" Sara asked.
"Darryl gave him a list of things to do. Broward people will be here soon. I better leave now."
"No," Sara said firmly. "You have to answer questions." She gestured to the many small holes. "We know what the diggers were searching for." "Did they find anything?" Randall looked about the place.
"No."
He turned to his daughter.
"What happened to the box I retrieved?"
"It's in my car."
"Perhaps I should get it."
Sara groaned. "What's in it that you don't want anyone to see?" Randall's face seemed to lose some color.
He took a breath. "There might be a pair of earrings in the bottom. From Mrs. Henderson."
Sara clenched her teeth. "Mrs. Henderson was 90 years old. You stole from her." Randall shrugged.
"She liked me. She gave me a gift."
"Right," Sara said. "I guess everyone gave you everything. You never stole anything or—"
"Ah, the sweet sound of my family," Jack said loudly. "What did I miss?"
He'd hardly finished speaking when they heard sirens. It sounded like half of Broward County police force was arriving.
"Cotilla,"
Jack said in such a fatalistic way that Sara and Kate looked at him in sympathy. Darryl pushed through the palms.
"Go," he said. "Now, all of you. I'll take care of this. And yes, I'm officially back."
Jack looked as if he could cry tears of gratitude.
"Might as well go back to work," Darryl said. "I wanted to escape Randall, but it didn't work. Where is he?"
Randall had disappeared.
"Randall!"
Darryl said loudly.
"Come out or I'll send Ava after you."
Silently, Randall slipped out of the foliage.
"Just checking the area for clues."
The sirens were sounding in front of the house.
"Go," Darryl said. "Figure this out."
Jack grabbed Sara's heavy camera bag, and they all ran. Sara's car was a two-door, so Kate and Randall got in the wide back seat first. To their chagrin, skinny Ava slid through the gap between the front seats and jammed herself between them. She smiled happily. "I am home." Randall started to tell her to get out, but Jack tossed Sara's pillows to her seat, got in, and sent the seat flying back to make room for his legs. Sara took the other bucket seat and was still closing the door as Jack sped away. He was familiar with the property, so he drove across grass and between trees before he got onto the road. He could see the police cars in his rearview mirror.
"Where to?"
he asked Sara. "Cracker Barrel, Pembroke Pines. That should be far enough away." She turned to look at the three in the back. "I think we need to talk." Kate and her father were looking out the side windows, ignoring Ava squashed in the middle. She was smiling. "Ah, yes, biscuits and gravy and bacon and conversation with the people I love the most. I so look forward to it. I've missed my husband and daughter very much." Sara looked at her sister-in-law. "If you don't stop pretending you're innocent, we'll set you out on the highway." Ava started to reply, but said nothing. She continued to smile broadly. At the restaurant, the five of them sat at a table in front of the big, wide windows. They didn't say so, but they wanted to keep lookout. Kate tried to sit by her father, but Ava nearly knocked over a chair as she sat between them. Wisely, she said nothing other than to give her order to the waitress. Sara spoke up. If anyone is concealing any information, this is the time to reveal it. She looked directly at Ava. For a full minute, they were all silent.
"Taylor," Randall said. "I think she knows more than she's told anyone. He hesitated. As I told my sister, I think she may have shot the man in the car."
If he'd expected shock, he didn't get it. Sara, Jack, and Kate nodded. Ava just kept smiling.
"She'd do anything to protect Charlene," Jack said.
"Just what I said," Sara added.
"What makes you think she needed to?" Jack asked.
Randall looked at Ava.
"Who killed the man we found today?"
Ava shrugged. "Walter talked to him, not me." Kate looked like she might explode. "You sat outside that man's house day after day. You were watching him." "And I gave you balloons." Ava continued to smile.
"But you," Kate began. Randall interrupted. "On the day the man in the hospital was shot, Taylor went outside with a big heavy basket. When she was seen later, she didn't have the basket." "What are you saying?" Jack asked. "Taylor may have been concealing a gun," Randall said.
"Makes sense, considering that 2 men were hiding in her barn and one of them was armed," Sara said.
"We assume the rifle belonged to the dead man," Jack said. "What if the other man, Lenny, had it?" "Lenny was there because of me, not Charlene," Randall stated.
"Isn't everything about you?" Sara snapped, then paused as their food was served. When the waitress was gone, she leaned forward. "Where are you getting your information about Taylor and this guy, Lenny? From your prison buddies?"
"About Lenny, yes. But the basket information came from that girl who works with you."
He looked across Ava to Kate. "Melissa? She told you about Taylor? They aren't friends. But you two are. You gave Melissa a $1,000 coupon to go shopping."
"So you and I could have lunch together," Randall said with a smile. "That was pleasant, wasn't it?"
"It was until I found out I'd been lied to. You—"
"I think he means Ray," Jack said. "You talked to her that night at the brigade. What else did she tell you besides that Taylor may have shot a man?"
Jack's eyes were on the verge of fire. Everyone looked at Randall.
"Not much," he said, "just that." He glared at Jack. "Do you turn Roy's temper onto my daughter?"
"Do I what?" Jack sounded like he was about to hit him. "Stop it," Sara hissed at her brother, then looked at Jack. "He's baiting you, getting you away from whatever he doesn't want to talk about. He used to do it to your father. It was like taking a leash off a mad dog." She turned back to her brother. "Tell us what you're hiding, or I'll let Jack have you."
Randall sighed. "That girl, Ray, saw me with Charlene. I guess she could see that we care for each other. So she told me that Charlene's marriage isn't happy."
"That's wrong," Kate said. Randall was unperturbed.
"Her lawyer husband was overheard saying that Charlene should be in prison."
Kate and Jack leaned back in their chairs, speechless. When Sara spoke, she was calm. Whether that comment about prison is true or not doesn't matter. But that Leland would say it is a lie. Every time there's a problem, he hides Charlene. That's love in its truest form. Now, tell us what else this person said." Randall spoke.
"She told me that Taylor talked to somebody who rode a motorcycle. When that girl, Ray, mentioned it, Taylor denied it." "Why didn't Ray tell me this?" Jack asked. "If I have to wear this blasted uniform, it should have a purpose." "I think she's a bit afraid of you," Randall said.
"Huh," Kate said. "It's the opposite. I've seen her watching Jack. Anything else she said?"
Randall hesitated while they waited. "I showed her a photo of the dead man at the barn, and she said he was the one Taylor was talking to. And his motorcycle was small, not like Roy's big Harley."
"Like the one that was used to attack us," Kate said, and Randall nodded.
"That's a lie," Jack said. "The dead guy was muscular, broad-shouldered. You described the person on the bike as smaller, thin, right?" "What a good memory you have," Randall said. "And yes, that's true.
"Is that everything?" Kate asked.
"Every word of it," Randall answered. "And you didn't think any of this was important to tell us?" Jack said. "I had other things on my mind."
"Yeah, all about you," Sara said, then paused. She looked at her brother with a bonding of understanding. "He wanted something, and he got it." "She sure told you a lot, didn't she?" Randall gave a little smile.
"Yes, she did. An extraordinary amount. But then people do tend to talk to me."
Ava spoke up loudly. "How old is she? How often do you see her?" Her jealous outburst was so far from what they were thinking about that they almost laughed. Sara pushed her empty plate away. "I think we need to do some research."
"Digging holes in root-infested ground like that takes strength," Jack said. "I'd like to know who dug a hole that big. Anybody know where Noah is?"
Kate stood up. "Noah certainly does have the muscle to do that. I know that when Noah works outside, he does it shirtless." Standing, Jack gave Kate a look of disgust. She smiled. Only Ava remained sitting. "What about dessert? Pie a la mode?" Kate looked down at her. "We Medlars," she emphasized the name, "gain weight easily." "I'm a Medlar, too," Ava whispered. "That's my name." She was on the verge of one of her poor me fits, but no one paid any attention to her. They were almost to the exit before Ava ran to join them. While Jack paid, Sara made a phone call. Since Sara didn't like using the telephone, Kate knew the call must be important. "There's one person who knows the truth," Sara said, then paused. "Dora? This is Sara Medlar. Does Taylor own a big basket, something she likes to carry around?" Sara waited. "Okay, thanks a lot." She clicked off and looked at Kate. "No, Taylor owns no baskets, inside or out. She never was the rustic type." Sara looked at Randall and Jack. "That's another lie this Ray told. Let's find out more." When they were back in the car, Ava said, "We're going to go arrest her. How exciting!" She looked at Kate. "No wonder you want to stay here in the midst of all this sin. It's so different from your peaceful, sin-free life at home with my brothers." "You are the one who is the sinner," Sara half yelled. "You—" Loudly, Jack said,
"Since Ray likes Randall, he can take her out to dinner. Sweet talk her. Learn more."
"No," Ava said. "Just go arrest her right now."
"She can't be arrested since we have no proof of anything," Randall said.
"People can't be put in jail for lying," Sara said pointedly. "You proved that." Ava's voice was a whine. "But she's after my husband. That has to be a crime."
"Do I get sent back to prison for that? To protect me from any woman talking to me?"
Randall sounded ready to fight. Kate cut in. "It doesn't matter, because he's too old for her." Randall stiffened.
"I beg your pardon, she did come to me first."
Kate said, "Really, Dad? Ray is what, early 30s? Sara said, "Maybe she only likes older men, who she believes are sitting on millions in jewels."
Randall groaned. "Not that again. It's some earrings I last saw when I was about 10. They're probably glass."
Sara snorted. "Ha! At 6, you could tell diamonds from crystals." Randall smiled.
"What a lovely compliment, thank you."
Ava clamped her arms over her chest. "No dating allowed." Randall said,
"Sister dear, do you know a divorce lawyer?"
Kate looked at Ava. "I think you'd better keep quiet." Sara turned to Kate. "Taylor will have some info about her employee. We can start from there."
Jack said, "I'll run her through the database. Now that the sheriff is back, I'll have more time to look into things. Maybe now we can find out."
He stopped talking. Abruptly, the atmosphere in the car changed. As Jack pulled into the drive of Sara's house, everyone was silent. "What is it?" Ava demanded. "The unknown DNA," Sara said softly. "To whom does it belong?" Chapter 26. As soon as they got inside the house, everyone disappeared. Kate thought it was like pepper sprinkled in a cup of water,
Stick your finger in, and the pepper runs away. It didn't take insight to see the reason. Kate was left alone with Ava. No one else wanted to deal with her. Ava was standing in the living room and smiling like the angel she believed herself to be. "I can stay with you. In your little side apartment. We'll be like girlfriends and wear each other's clothes. Yours will be too big for me, but you can alter them." Kate closed her eyes and counted to 10. There was a murder to solve, but first, she had to deal with Ava. But wasn't that the story of her childhood? Her mother always came first. She opened her eyes. "Let's go to the hotel and get you checked out." "That's wonderful. Then we'll go shopping for things I need to be able to live in this hot climate. I need cotton tops and sandals. And where do you get your hair cut? Let's make an appointment for me." Kate started to say something, but didn't. She'd spent her entire childhood dealing with her mother's extreme narcissism, and somehow it had seemed normal. But then, her mother was preferable to living with the uncles. Now, after years away, Kate could see how ridiculous Ava's self-love was. More importantly, Kate knew there would be no use trying to make her see that she'd been wrong in sending her husband to prison. Wrong in taking a baby that wasn't hers. Ava was smiling at Kate in a way that said everything was now solved. What am I going to do with her? Kate thought. If Ava stayed in the guest house, she'd have no qualms about showing up in the house for 3 meals a day. She'd make all of them miserable. Eventually, Jack would move out, and Sara would go back to traveling 12 months a year. What to do with Ava, Kate thought. Was that the title to a mystery novel? Hey, maybe Everett would like to write it. Maybe he'd need Ava to live with him while he researched it. Ava was still smiling in that self-satisfied way. "Let's go," Kate said with a sigh. Maybe she'd stick her mother in a hotel in Boca. Was that far enough away? What about Orlando? Jacksonville? Georgia was a pretty state. Kate led Ava to her sedan. "Oh, good," Ava said. "Your car. Not that tiny circus toy of hers. When I live here, I'll have her get rid of it. And that truck, that has to go too. Who has a truck in this day and age? Kate didn't listen as she drove to the 4-star hotel where Ava was staying. Once inside, Kate paid Ava's bill. The amount for room, meals, minibar, the gift shop, and laundry was so much that Kate's stomach clenched. In a cowardly move, she added another night to the bill. But she didn't say so. Let Ava stay over one more night. That would give Kate time to coax Jack and Sara and her father into helping her decide what to do with Ava. Would there actually be a divorce? Questions needed to be answered, and Kate did not want to do this alone. And what about Noah? Kate thought. Maybe he could be persuaded to take Ava back to Chicago. If Kate agreed to pay child support, that is. She couldn't help but smile at that idea, paying child support to someone to take care of an adult woman. They went up the elevator to the 7th floor. The room was luxurious. It had a kitchenette along one wall, complete with a dishwasher. Kate didn't have to ask to know it was unused. Ava didn't do housework. Feeling defiant, Kate sat down in a chair and took out her phone. "I'll wait here while you pack." "But," Ava began, then put on her martyr face. "Right. You're with them now. You no longer help your own mother." In the past, that look and those words would have made Kate do anything to prove she wasn't what Ava was saying she was. But not now. Jack had texted that he'd been to see Melissa. Bet she liked that, Kate thought. He said Melissa had given him all the documentation he asked for. She'd give him anything he asked for. Kate chided herself. Her thoughts were as jealous as Ava's. Jack texted, "Ray's references don't exist. She's not at her apartment or work." Sara texted, "Can't find her anywhere online. I think her name is fake."
Randall texted, "My darling daughter, how are you holding up? I hope Ava is being kind to you."
Kate frowned at the last one. Her father had given no information about anything, not where he was or what he was doing. And instead of admitting that he'd dumped Ava onto her, he was sending Kate his love. How could she possibly complain? She texted back, "Coward, help me with her." Randall sent her an emoji of a face laughing to the point of tears. "At least he's honest," Kate muttered. "What was that?" Ava asked, sounding very tired from filling a suitcase. When Kate looked at her, she saw that Ava actually was sleepy. She'd always been good at napping. Great emotion wore her out. Kate stood up. "Why don't you take a nap? She couldn't think of what she was going to do with the whole 90 minutes of peace. "You'll leave," Ava said. "I'll never see you again." "I won't leave the hotel. I'll just go downstairs, buy a magazine, and read it." Ava looked skeptical, but her lids were drooping, so she nodded. A minute later, Kate was outside the door. She leaned against it and closed her eyes. Peace, she thought. When she opened her eyes, Noah was standing there.
"Kate, what are you doing here?"
"I brought my mother, Ava, here."
"She fell asleep?"
"Like a toddler," Kate said. Noah reached out and put his arm around her shoulders.
"Let's go downstairs and I'll buy you a margarita."
"It's early and I have to drive and—" She couldn't think of any more excuses. She'd like nothing better right now than a vat of alcohol, anything to calm her mind. They were the only two in the bar, and the waiter brought Kate a big, salty margarita. Noah had a sparkling water.
"I have a feeling I may be the one who does the driving."
He put down his glass.
"I'm sorry I didn't return yesterday, but my new job needed some work done now. I was given some equations to figure out."
"You're the one to do it." Kate downed half of her drink in one gulp, and Noah waved at the waiter to bring another one. What am I going to do with her? There was no need to explain who she was talking about.
"I'll take her back with me."
"Oh, Noah, would you? That is so good of you. Drop her off. Then you can go to Arizona. The brothers know how to handle her. I'll have to send her money." She finished her first drink. "I was thinking of it as child support," she giggled. Noah didn't smile.
"Tell me about you and Jack. How serious is that?"
Kate sipped her second drink. "Jack is a bit of a free spirit. He seems to have been in love with several women, and lots of sex with lots of women."
"But with you, it's only been me," he said softly. "At least I thought so."
She put her hand over his. "You were always so good to me." He gave her a hard look.
"That's all I was to you? Are you forgetting sex in the back seat of cars? In the rowboat when I sneaked through your bedroom window? What about the pregnancy scare?"
With every word, Kate's face grew redder. "I know. It was all lovely."
"Lovely," he said. "You left me. You found out you had an aunt, and you were out of there instantly. I get here and find out you've not even mentioned me to anybody. And there's this guy Jack. Is he a better lover than me?"
"No," Kate said. Jack and I have never had sex." Noah fell back in the seat.
"So that's the key. You want what you haven't had."
"Please don't do this. I've had enough anguish in the last few days. Father come alive, new mother, dead people lying about." For a moment, Noah kept his angry look. But then, his face softened.
"I'm sorry. I should have listened more closely to Aunt Ava while you were here. But I was trying to finish school and get a job away from the uncles and Dad. I did ask Aunt Ava about you often, but she only talked about your aunt. She said Sara liked criminals. I didn't know she meant Jack. Didn't know he lived with you. I didn't know—" Noah calmed himself. "So, what's your future with him?"
Kate finished her second drink, and her problems seemed far away. I don't know. We've never spoken about it. About us, I mean. She shrugged. Or maybe we have. We were going to take a trip to Scotland, and Jack said he'd put on a kilt. That seemed like an invitation to romance. A few days ago, he said we should go to Italy and do the borrowed in blue. I'm not sure what he meant by that. That's it? Noah asked. Kate, trust me, if after years of living with a woman and nothing happens, nothing will happen. I'm asking you to marry me. Move to Arizona with me. Sell houses there, let's have kids. Your red hair and my blonde will make truly beautiful babies. In her inebriated state, Kate could picture all of it. Noah's reminders of their former sex life made it all come back to her. She'd adored him since she was 4 years old. She realized that he'd come into her life just as her beloved father was taken away, just when she needed him. When she was 16, the kisses began. They'd had to keep them secret, of course. The uncles and Ava would have gone into raging fits if they'd known. But maybe the secrecy had added fire to their lives. Besides, Ava made Kate's regular dating life so impossible that Noah had become everything to Kate. So why did she leave him? Why didn't she give him so much as a thought when she headed for Florida to go to an aunt she'd never met? Did getting away from her mother's depressions and the uncle's oppressive rules overshadow her relationship with Noah? Had Kate craved freedom so much that she'd left behind the good with the bad? Noah was kissing the back of her hand. She remembered his lips well. Wasn't it good between us? Yes, Kate said. Her mind wasn't clear enough to think. We found a dead man today. Ava, used to stalk him. She said she did it for me, but I didn't want balloons that much, even pink and purple ones. She gave a little laugh. Noah let go of her hand. I've been told about what the three of you have done while you've lived here. Is it your responsibility to investigate murders? Not really, we just do it. Although since Jack was deputized, it sort of is his responsibility now. And Jack knows everyone. He even went to Melissa and asked her questions. If you knew the things Melissa said about her insatiable lust for Jack, you'd appreciate what he did. But Jack wanted to know, so he went. Jack, Noah said softly. King of it all. He lifted his head. So, what did he ask this Melissa about? Kate ran her straw around in her empty glass. About Ray? Ray. Who is he? She. It's a bit of a boy's name, isn't it? She's great at running our office. I hope she isn't a murderer. But then some murderers are fairly likable people. Noah groaned. I'm getting you out of here. You need to sleep this off. He practically picked her up from the chair. When she wobbled, he put his arms around her, and they started walking. Don't tell Jack about, us. I swear he thinks I'm a virgin. I told him I wasn't, but I didn't tell him about cars and boats and... She waved her hand about all that. And don't tell Mother Ava either. Hey, that's what I should call her. Noah got her into the elevator, and as soon as the door closed, he kissed her. It was familiar, but at the same time, it wasn't. She drunkenly pushed him away. Jack wouldn't like this. Noah stepped away. Wouldn't like that you kissed someone else? He took a deep breath. It looks like I lost. Kate was too relaxed to be serious. But you put up a really good fight. She gave a one-sided grin. Jack hasn't offered me children. But then his would be dark. His whiskers are as black as midnight. As Aunt Sara would say about one of her romantic heroes, pure ebony, as dark as... Kate, Noah said. Shut up. As the elevator door opened, she giggled. Chapter 27. When Kate woke up, She was only mildly surprised to find herself sitting on the ground and leaning against a palm tree. A root was sticking into her leg. Her surprise came when she saw that her wrists were bound together with a plastic snap tie. Her shoes were gone, and there was another tie around her ankles. She was immobile. Déjà vu, she thought. Been here, done this. Her mind was still blurry from her 2 drinks. Actually, it was more befuddled than it should be from just 2 shots of tequila. Had drugs been added? She knew she had only to lift her head to see who was behind this. But she had an idea of who it was. Since Noah had arrived, she'd been lashing herself with guilt. Why did she leave him so abruptly? They'd been lovers. He'd always been kind to her, always caring. It was true that there hadn't been as much between them while they were both at different universities. And after Kate got her job as a realtor, she hadn't had time for anything except work and dealing with her mother's moods and demands. But still, why had she been so cold, dismissive even, when she'd driven away? She'd left Noah behind without even a thought of a heartbreaking goodbye. Now she wondered what she'd seen, or more likely felt, that had warned her. Maybe when she so eagerly ran from her mother and the uncles, she was also escaping from Noah. As her mind cleared a bit, she realized she was behind the old Medlar house where Sara and Cal used to meet, and where her father had dug up a box that contained some earrings he'd stolen. It was also where lots of holes had been dug, including one that contained a dead body. Kate knew, down to her very soul, that this was all about those blasted jewels. It occurred to her that maybe Noah wasn't angry because she'd left him. He, like everybody else, wanted the sparkles. She lifted her head. Noah was sitting on the old steps, his long, muscular legs stretched out, a pistol nestled on a thigh. "Ah, the golden girl awakens," he said. She lifted her shackled hands. "How am I a golden girl?" She gave a little smile of friendship as though nothing was out of order. "I'm sober now, so could you please take these off?" He held up her phone. "I sent Randall a text. He should be here soon. He'll come running to give anything to his perfect daughter." With a smile, Noah nodded toward her bound wrists. "But I so enjoy seeing you in those." She could understand Noah wanting great riches, but not his animosity toward her. They'd never once had so much as an argument. She was genuinely confused by what he was saying, and the way he was looking at her. "You really don't know, do you?" He stood up, gun in hand, waving it about as though it were nothing. "I don't think I do. Is this about the proposal? Noah, you're a great guy. When you get to Arizona, you'll find someone and—" "There is no Arizona," he shouted, then drew a breath to calm himself. "The uncles contacted the president of the university where I had the job and told lies about me. They won't let me escape. I was brought into that hell group for one reason, and I was to do it." Kate was afraid to hear what he was going to say, but she could see that he was suppressing rage. This was more personal than stolen jewels. "From the time I was 6 years old, I heard, 'Be nice to Kate. Make her love you. That's what you're here for.' Aunt Ava was told to let you go to Florida, to Sara, to ensure that you become her heiress. The plan was for me to show up after you two had bonded." He snorted. "Aunt Ava said Jack was of no importance." Kate was trying to comprehend the depth of what he was saying. "I get it. The uncles wanted to make sure that I inherited because they knew that one day it would all implode. Ava isn't my biological mother, and my father would eventually be released from prison." Her eyes widened. "It was a scheme 20-plus years in the planning. That's impressive." "Clever girl. At least now you are. You weren't then. And nobody was smart enough to see Ray Kirkwood and me." "Kirkwood?" Kate said. "That's Taylor's last name. And Walter's." Noah looked at his watch. "Randall had better show up soon. Ray and I need to leave." "After you kill us," she thought. Then,
keep talking, ask questions, delay. How is Ray related to them?
She's the daughter of Walter's second wife. Never heard that he remarried, did you? She was a sweet woman. As unlike his first wife as possible, and Ray was her pretty 13-year-old daughter.
Did Walter?
Noah's face turned angry. No! All of you disparage that man. Ray adored her stepfather. She followed him everywhere. He paused. She listened to him.
Oh, Kate said.
Walter told her about the jewels. Exactly. Walter told her what Randall had done, how he'd stolen so much and shared so little. Noah sat back down. The summer that Walter and Ray came to us in Chicago, they changed my life. I was 17, and Ray was a glorious 22. You know what my life was like, with all the rules and the endless criticism? Ray was sophisticated and... He smiled. And angry. She was furious at how Walter had been cheated by all of life. She said that if Walter hadn't been betrayed by Taylor and Randall, they'd both be rich now. He'd send her to a top university and she'd end up with a rich husband and a mansion.
Kate had opinions about Walter's fantasy, but she didn't voice them. Instead, she said, I can see that. She's been great as an office manager. She can anticipate problems and solve them before they happen. Noah smiled in a way that could only be described as love.
That's my Raylene. Anyway, Walter and Ray came because he planned to get on Ava to help get the jewels Randall had taken. He just needed to know where they were hidden, and he hoped Aunt Ava could find out. I have to give it to her that she tried. She went to Randall in prison and cried poverty. But your father is a clever old fox. He knew that his sister was paying a lot, so he asked Ava who was putting her up to it. Of course she lied and said no one was. It was all maddening. But the good was that Walter ended up staying most of the summer. Ray and I had that time together.
Again, Kate saw the love in his eyes. Where was I during this?
You were 15 and taking care of Aunt Ava. Her brothers put so much pressure on her that she was one long fit. She didn't let up on you for even minutes.
I remember that summer. Kate shuddered at the memory. So the uncles always knew about her so-called depressions. They knew I was taking care of myself.
Of course. They encouraged her as it kept you busy. But then, as I said, you were the golden girl. You're the heiress to Sara Medlar's fortune, and I had been adopted and groomed to become your husband.
Just like Jack said, Kate thought. I guess that summer was when you and Ray made plans about the jewels.
Oh, yes. We had days and nights of imagining a different future. One of freedom and wealth. Noah sighed. Walter's life had been ruined by Randall keeping the lion's share.
My father says he did share equally. He said he didn't keep anything extra.
Noah's eyes flashed with anger, and his hand tightened on the gun. Do you think I didn't use my brain to check that out? That I'm not capable of rational thinking, of research?
Kate whispered, No, I don't believe that.
I found out that as soon as the old woman was put into a hospital, the son got an appraisal of everything. It included photos and estimated values. The insurance company paid for much more than what your father said he'd taken. Roy and the sheriff were content with what they were given, but Walter wanted his true cut.
Kate wanted to calm Noah's anger. She wanted as much time as she could get. Maybe her father would show up and... What? She didn't want to think about that. Everything that's happened here was planned by you and Ray? She sounded admiring. He smiled a bit, seeming to be proud.
There have been some snags, but I think it's going to work out. Ray shouldn't have talked to Randall in that beer joint. I told her not to, but she's always been impatient. She said that unless she encouraged him, he'd do nothing, that all Randall Medlar cared about was who sent him to prison. I said the cut was enough, but... He shrugged.
The cut? Oh, right. Was it Ray on the motorcycle? And she cut Dad?
Yes. She hoped to scare Randall enough that he'd make a move. She wanted to force him to lead us to the jewels.
What about the man in the barn?
Noah smiled. I was the one who hired him. He'd done other jobs of, but he said he didn't like being told to kill a woman.
Charlene? Kate tried to keep the horror out of her voice.
Yeah, Randall's great love. We wanted to make him know we meant what we said. Besides, Aunt Ava's hatred of her fueled us.
The DNA?
Noah grimaced. I didn't like that. Ray kissed him just before he left. But it didn't matter. Everything was falling apart because of that guy hired to watch over her.
Lenny, Kate said. So who shot him?
Me. He was spying and getting in the way, seeing too much. But he jerked to one side and didn't die.
How inconsiderate of him, Kate thought. I'm not sure he remembers anything.
Doesn't matter, Noah said. Ray will fix it. She went to the hospital to finish him off. But she was interrupted. She'll finish him later. When she's in scrubs, she fits right in.
Kate swallowed at the sheer callousness of his words. You two dug the holes.
Yeah, Ray was here when Randall started digging. She's good at hiding. She thought he was going to dig up the jewels, but then you showed up and stopped it all.
What if he had dug them up?
Noah chuckled. He would have been found dead. Guess you saved his life that time.
And the Bentley man?
He was worse than a mosquito. He was always figuring things out. He went to Aunt Ava when she was in jail and tried to blackmail her about those damned balloons. That didn't work. She told him to get lost. That skinny little body of hers is made of steel. It all would have been fine, but he saw Ray and me together and added it all up. Noah shrugged.
So he had to go.
Yes, he did.
So now your plan is to... what?
Get the jewels, kill you two, then go back to work. Ray and I will be bereft at your senseless deaths. In a few months, we'll start moving about.
And enjoying your diamonds.
Thoroughly.
No regrets, no remorse?
None whatever.
Part of Kate could understand what he was saying. It seemed that he was adopted for the purpose of obtaining money. Not for love, just money. Kate had been forced on him. No wonder they'd never had a disagreement. She knew the uncles too well. Children who disobeyed were given the belt. An uncle had once threatened Kate after she stood up to him. He was unbuckling his belt when Ava stopped him, with a hard hit with a piece of firewood. I'm sorry, Kate said softly. And she meant it. What was done to you wasn't fair. It wasn't even human. I wish I'd known.
And what could you have done?
For a moment their eyes locked, and there were memories between them. Sunset trysts, moonlight, shared laughter. Joy at occasionally defying an uncle.
Yeah, Noah whispered. You should be sorry for all of it.
He raised his gun and aimed it at her. That's when, seemingly out of nowhere, Ava rose up from the foliage, holding the metal handle of a tire jack like a baseball bat. Kate's eyes must have widened enough that they warned Noah. He whirled around and shot as Ava struck. All Kate saw was a flash of red on Ava, and she fell backward. But when Noah turned back to Kate, she saw that his head was bleeding.
The lazy bitch hit me, he muttered.
His eyes rolled back, and he sank to the ground, unconscious. Kate put her bound hands against the tree trunk and managed to get herself upright. She didn't know how long she had before Noah regained consciousness. She needed to get to the gun. She gave 2 hops before she fell. She heard a groan from Noah and knew he was waking up. She was trying to get back up when, suddenly, Jack was there, and he had his arms around her. "Mom," Kate said. "She was shot. She saved me." Jack buried her face in his shoulder and stroked her hair.
It's okay. Everything's all right. Hear that? It's an ambulance on the way. Your dad and the sheriff are here, and they have your boyfriend in cuffs.
Not my boyfriend, she mumbled. He was adopted for me, to seduce me, to...
Shh.
He was holding her very tightly.
We know. Your dad called the uncles and made some threats. They told him most of it, And besides, the text from you was too sweet. He knew you didn't send it. Did you know your dad set your phone to keep track of you?
No. And to think he had me teach him how to use it. She held out her hands. Could you?
Sure.
He pulled out his pocket knife and cut the plastic, then bent and cut the ties around her ankles. When Kate started to take a step, she nearly fell. Jack swept her up into his arms.
I'm taking you to the hospital to get you checked out.
When he turned around, she saw her father and Sheriff Flynn standing there. EMTs had Noah strapped down on a gurney. She couldn't see his face and didn't want to. "Mother?" Kate asked. "Is she—" Her eyes were full of fear.
She's fine, Randall said, barely grazed. She's in the front of the truck giving the men hell. They're going to let her talk to Noah all the way to the hospital. That's his punishment.
He and Daryl chuckled at that. Sara came around the corner, the last one to arrive. Kate pushed at Jack to let her down, and aunt and niece hugged hard. And at last, Kate released her fear. No more being brave. The tears came. "Come on," Sara said. "Let's go tell Kotia how we solved yet another murder."
"One that was caused by the Medlars," Daryl added.
"Let's leave that part out," Sara said. "Ray?" Kate asked.
"In custody," Jack said. "She was at the airport. So much for fidelity to her lover boy, she was running from him. I'll meet you at the office," Daryl said, and turned away.
Kate was flanked by Jack and Sara, but Randall was standing alone on the crumbling concrete base.
"Come on,"
Sara said with a sigh. With a smile that was almost tearful, Randall joined them. They were a family.
Epilogue.
Ava loved to tell how she'd hidden herself in the trunk of Noah's car. For once, her paranoia that Kate was going to abandon her had paid off, big time, as she repeatedly told everyone. For 3 long weeks, Ava, bandaged and on pain pills, was quietly tolerated by everyone. She told her story of saving Kate over and over, then told it again. The story grew. It blossomed like some all-consuming flower that was about to devour the earth. Ava moved herself into Kate's little apartment and took the bed, leaving Kate on the lumpy pull-out couch. Ava ate all meals with them and went everywhere they did. However, she didn't like anything they did and told them how to change it. Since Ava had taken a bullet in the shoulder and had saved Kate, no one contradicted her. Even Randall, living in the guest house, was polite and quiet around her. It was the beginning of the 4th week when Kate spoke up. It was during Ava's afternoon nap, and they were whispering. Kate said to Jack, "Let's get married and move to North Dakota."
"Not far enough away," he said, without looking up. "I get on the ship on the 6th of January, Randall said. "I may never return." He looked at his sister.
"I already checked. The ship is full," she said. "No room for me." For a moment, they were silent. "This has to be fixed," Sara said. "I can't take it any more." They all nodded, then turned to look at Kate. "Me? What am I supposed to do?" She looked at her father. "All of this is your fault. If you hadn't—" She stopped, as she didn't have the energy to say everything again.
"She needs a job," Jack said.
The Medlars snorted in derision. Impossible.
"There has to be something she can do,"
Jack persisted.
"She can talk," Randall said.
"Order people about," Sara said. "Take all my clothes," Kate said.
"She eats as much as Everett," Jack said.
Kate and Sara looked at each other, their eyes lighting up. "You're a genius," Sara said to Jack. He looked at Randall, who shrugged. They had no idea what the women were thinking. It took Kate 4 long weeks to set things up. Next door to Charlene's little farm was a giant 6-bedroom house. Kate talked the owner, who was rarely there, into selling. It turned out that Lenny had money, and when he was released from the hospital, he moved in. He loved helping Charlene build birdhouses. Arthur sold his house and contributed to the purchase price. Jack and Gil outfitted the house for his wheelchair in a blazing 8 days. Everett was so thrilled to have so many possible best-selling true crime novels that he ate a dozen donuts with chocolate and cream filling. He took the 3rd bedroom. Ava claimed the bedroom that looked out over Charlene's house. She wanted to make sure that Randall didn't visit her. It was Sara who suggested that Dora take the 5th bedroom. She'd still be stuck with cleaning, but she didn't have to run all over town to do it. And she'd have someone to talk to instead of her late husband. A few days after they all moved in, with Everett and Ava fighting for control and Lenny winning, the lot of them disappeared for 3 whole days. "Where could they have gone?" Kate asked, sounding worried. "To pester the devil," Jack said. During the remodel, they'd driven him and Gil crazy with their suggestions. When the lot of them returned, they were quieter and didn't argue as much. In fact, they seemed to have settled into a semblance of a family. All of them, including Arthur, looked to Lenny as the patriarch, and he quickly settled any disputes. Even Ava behaved around Lenny. In the Medlar house, one morning Sara wore a look of triumph. She held out a print of a small newspaper article. It seemed that a lawyer named Melvin Hopkins, who had been falsely imprisoned for 17 years, had been cleared of all charges. His family said they were eager to see him again. "I've missed my daddy so much," said his adult daughter. She went on to say that she was looking forward to introducing her father to his 3 grandchildren. The article said that it wasn't told to the court how the information that cleared Mr. Hopkins was obtained, but the reporter had done some digging. He said no one knew exactly when the information, which was on a USB drive, was stolen from a locked safe, but a receptionist at the big law firm told of an extraordinarily chaotic afternoon. She said that a man in a wheelchair, a thin woman, and a man who ate all 3 bowls of chocolate candies set out for guests caused such confusion and agitation that no one knew what was happening. There was also talk of an elegantly dressed man being seen in one of the offices in the building where Mr. Hopkins used to work, but the man was not identified. "And there was a man with a scar on his head," someone said. "He was frightening looking. I ran after him, but I tripped over the cleaning woman's mop and he got away." The police were called, but someone was quoted as saying, "The police didn't take us seriously. They thought it was all a prank." It wasn't until weeks later, when new evidence was presented in court, that people began to wonder what really happened on that chaotic afternoon. Whatever, whoever, the president of the law firm was taken away in handcuffs, and Mr. Hopkins was going home to his family. The reporter concluded by saying, "I guess it's true that all's well that ends well." In January, Sara, Jack, and Kate drove Randall to Port Everglades to board the ship for the world cruise. Even Sara was going to miss him. When Kate got home, she found a package on her pillow. Inside was a diamond and sapphire pin in the shape of a hummingbird. It was one of the jewels that had been stolen before Randall was sent to prison. More importantly, it was one of the jewels that Randall swore he hadn't stolen. "I'm shocked," Sara said. "My brother is usually so truthful." The 3 of them, alone at last and finally together, laughed until they were crying. This is Susan Bennett. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of A Relative Murder by Jude Deveraux, presented by Mira and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2022 by Deveraux, Inc. Production copyright 2022 by Harlequin Enterprises, Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.